Trevor Riley, and I have the pleasure of being the honor of being the CEO of the Shipping Association of Jamaica in this its 85th year of existence. The Shipping Association throughout its history has sought to bring solutions that help to advance the shipping industry, but in a wider sense, our country. This event, the 85th anniversary distinguished lecture, supported by the European Union as well as Pan-Jamaica Group, is one such event in which we try to bring focus on a matter, on an issue, on a range of topics that we believe are significant for national development. I am not one of your speakers. My job simply is to introduce the event and to welcome our distinguished panel of speakers. Let me start by recognizing some of you, because everybody in this room is a distinguished guest today. Firstly, Honorable Minister, thank you very much, Minister Aubin Hill, for being here to represent the government of Jamaica. Mr. Anthony Hilton, who's representing the opposition as spokesman on the topic of our discussion. Our host today is the President of the Shipping Association, Mrs. Cora Ann Robertson Sylvester, and our co-collaborator in chief is the new Ambassador of the European Union to Jamaica, and I should mention that she's also Belize and I think the Bahamas, Dr. Eria Ascola. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome to the stage our President, Mrs. Cora Ann Robertson Sylvester, who will bring the welcome, and the program will flow as it is in your agenda. Thank you very much.
A big welcome. I'm so happy that you're all here with us this morning. This is a very important milestone for the Shipping Association of Jamaica. And it's not only about celebration, but it's also about planning for our future, planning for Jamaica's future. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow colleagues, welcome to the Shipping Association of Jamaica's Distinguished Lecture 2024. It is a privilege to gather with you today as we reflect on the transformative potential of our industry, our nation, and our shared future. In this room, we have several of the thought leaders and change makers who are poised to drive Jamaica towards a new era of global maritime ascendancy. This is no ordinary time for Jamaica. As we celebrate 85 years in the history of the Shipping Association of Jamaica, 85 years, we find ourselves at a defining crossroad, a moment in which the choices we make today will shape the trajectory of our industry for decades to come. We stand on the cusp of tremendous opportunity, driven in part by our partnership with international allies such as the European Union and their ambitious Global Gateway Initiative. The Global Gateway Program is not just another set of infrastructural projects. It's a call to action. It shares our vision and will help to cast the framework to reimagine our maritime future in ways that prioritize sustainability and competitiveness. This initiative emphasizes the creation of green ports and the sustainable shipping corridor, measures that are essential for meeting, you're not hearing me? For meeting the climate challenges of today and positioning Jamaica as a global leader in a rapidly evolving maritime landscape. But let us be clear, The road is not one that we can travel passively. If we are to cement our place as a world-class logistics hub, we must act decisively. We are competing not only with our Caribbean neighbors, but with the global powerhouses that are already racing towards green, energy-efficient maritime operations. Rail progress will require a coordinated approach involving both public and private sectors to build the infrastructure, adopt the technologies, and create the policies that will support innovation, efficiency, and sustainability. We have invited legislators from both sides of the House to participate in these discussions, along with partners from all the important state agencies and fellow leaders in the private sector, customs, who are here to play a role in making Jamaica realize its full potential in logistics. This year's distinguished lecture provides us with a platform to engage in the critical conversations that will underpin the actions we take to move Jamaica to its goal of sustainable development. We must ask ourselves, are we doing enough to modernize our ports and logistics networks? Are we fully embracing the opportunities presented by green shipping corridors and energy-efficient practices? Are we ensuring that our policies are attractive to both local and international investors who are eager to partner with us on sustainable projects? These questions demand answers, and not in the distant future, but now. The global maritime industry is shifting, and the momentum towards green, low-carbon operations is no longer optional. It is essential for survival. Yes, for our survival. As the EU's Global Gateway demonstrates, sustainability is not just an environmental possibility, it is a competitive advantage. Those who fail to keep pace risk being left behind. I am confident that Jamaica is ready to rise to the challenge. We have the talent, the vision, and most importantly, the will to lead. But we must act. The Shipping Association of Jamaica is committed. We are committed to nurturing the partnerships that will drive this transformation, whether it be through collaborations with international organizations like the EU or by strengthening ties with local industries that are eager to invest in our future. Let today's gathering serve as a powerful reminder. Jamaica's maritime future is bright, but it is up to us to seize it. Together we can ensure that our nation not only meets the demands of a changing world, but leads in creating a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient maritime industry. Thank you all for coming, and let us look forward to an engaging and productive dialogue.
And now I'd like to welcome the EU Ambassador to Jamaica, Dr. Eya Ascola.
Thank you very much. Protocols observed, honorable ministers, representatives of the Shipping Association of Jamaica, diplomatic corps, esteemed participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to greet you to this conference focusing on the future of Kingston Port. As the new ambassador of the European Union to Jamaica, I saw this port and the waterfront for the first time only a few weeks ago. And it was only then that I understood the true dimension of the ambition that Jamaica has to turn this port into something magnificent, something world-class, a real hub for logistics services in the Caribbean. The European Union is proud to be board on this ambitious endeavor. Those who think big can achieve big things. We believe that the Kingston Port has great potential and can indeed become a major logistics hub in the Caribbean, and why not globally. To turn this vision into reality, many different stakeholders will have their vital roles to play: the government, the shipping association, the private sector, development partners, and financial institutions. The European Union, as a development partner, is mobilizing its Global Gateway initiative, notably to leverage funding, green investments, and European expertise. EU-backed projects have already helped modernize ports in other parts of the world. Moreover, European companies have long been leaders in sustainable port management, logistics, and renewable energy. I'm very pleased to see that a number of European companies will be sharing their insights and experience in this conference, including one of the largest and most advanced ports in Europe, the Port of Antwerp. Thank you for traveling all the way from Europe to participate and be with us today. Moreover, European companies like Perez y Compañía, DHL, and CMA CGM, and others can demonstrate how Kingston Port can become a critical link in global supply chains. Some of you have indeed traveled all the way from Europe, and I really thank you for that. It is great to have you. Honourable ministers and members of the port communities, the European Union stands ready to support Jamaica every step of the way. I believe that we are ready to move from vision to action. And let me conclude by saying that I truly believe that Jamaica's ambitious plan for this port will help turn Kingston into the most attractive capital in the Caribbean. I hope this conference will lead to productive collaborations, and it has been a great pleasure to work with the Shipping Association of Jamaica, who has been the main locomotive to make this happen. I wish you all an inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Before I welcome the Minister to the stage, I just want to tell you that he has to leave right after because he has Senate this morning. Honourable Minister Aubin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce.
Good morning. Good to be here again. I'm seeing many of the people I saw here yesterday for another occasion. Similarly, but different today. Mr. Trevor Riley, the CEO of the Shipping Association of Jamaica, Her Excellency Dr. Urja Askla, Head of the European Union Delegation to Jamaica. She covers Belize and the Bahamas for the European Union. Good to see you again. She is very much up and around town since she has arrived quite recently. Mr. Scora Ann Robertson Sylvester, President of the SAJ. Mr. Jeffrey Hall, Chairman of the Kingston Wharves and Deputy Chairman and CEO of Pan Jamaica Group. Professor Gordon Shirley, President and CEO of the Port Authority of Jamaica. Mr. Lars Jensen, the CEO of Vespucci Maritime Distinguished Lecturer. We're very happy to have Mr. Jensen here. Thank you. Members of the Shipping Association of Jamaica, I see the Commissioner of Customs here. No port can operate without the Commissioner of Customs. She must be properly recognized. And we know that all the things we're saying here, if she says no, nothing is going through the port. So we're happy to have her. Good to see you, Mrs. Velma Ricketts, here with us this morning. Industry leaders and other stakeholders, media practitioners. As we know, if the media didn't capture it, it hasn't happened. We're happy to have you here with us this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my pleasure to join you as the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's Business Ministry, on the 85th anniversary of the Shipping Association of Jamaica. Now, that's a very long time for a young country. A true pioneer in strengthening Jamaica's maritime industry. And as we talk about that, I can't leave out the Johnson family. Charlie is here, who runs everything in shipping, has been doing it for years. And although the commissioner can say no, if Charlie says yes, there's going to be an argument. So, his two sisters are here. Pat Francis is here, and yes, I saw her over there. Good to see you again. All of them in the shipping business and doing very well at it. As we come together at this distinguished lecture, co-funded by the European Union, very happy you will hear this for the first time, but you'll hear it from me often. I'm very happy to see the European Union, the European ambassadors. Of course, I have to recognize the diplomatic leaders here. See the French ambassador, my friend Olivier from Chile. I know Prof. Shirley is probably going to go down there soon. But the European Union has been a tremendous benefactor to Jamaica. They have stood with us in times when it was difficult, times now when it's somewhat better, but they have been the biggest grant funder to Jamaica for a very long time. And Madam Ambassador, I'm pleased to see you and thank you very much. As we come together with the help of the different stakeholders, the EU, of course, PanJam Group, under the theme, Jamaica as a logistics hub in changing global landscape, we have a unique opportunity to explore Jamaica's expanding role in the global logistics industry. Notice that we're not thinking about just the regional logistics, because if you're going to do logistics, and if anything the pandemic has taught us, is that really logistics connects the world, we have to make sure our sites are on a global arrangement for logistics from right here in Jamaica, for which we're so very well positioned geographically. The gathering represents an important step in advancing our ambition to become the premier logistics hub within the Caribbean, with Kingston as a significant green port positioning Jamaica as the forefront of a sustainable, global, and integrated supply chain. Let me repeat one part of it for you. It is our clear ambition and focus to become the premier logistics hub within the Caribbean. And I see my friends from the Caribbean. I see Mr. Julian here, very famous name from Trinidad. There are lots of others. But, you know, you have to have your aim and we have to have ours. And Prof. Shirley, you know how these things work. From the institution where we come, we only have one aim. We don't try to remember the second guy who went to the moon, because it doesn't matter, second doesn't count. So if you remember his name, good for you. Remember Neil Armstrong. The logistics industry is one of the most expansive sectors globally, valued at over $8.4 trillion. Trillion pounds, more than dollars this morning, in 2021, and projected to exceed £13.7 trillion in 2027. Within this framework, logistics accounts for an impressive 10.7% of global GDP, highlighting the central role it plays in international trade and economic prosperity. And if you don't think that's important, go look at China's trade in 2000 when it was not in the WTO. And when one of the last things Bill Clinton did was to get them in March of 2001, when we and India left GATT and joined the WTO. Well, we transitioned into WTO, and China joined WTO. Look at where they were. They were probably about 1.8. Their per capita GDP was about 1.8 thousand US dollars at that time. Today, it's 12,500. Multiply that by 1.3 billion people, and you understand why they're the second largest economy in the world. Trade and logistics are important. So, in Jamaica, our logistics sector contributes about 2% of our GDP. Clearly, a small base and therefore lots of room to grow. A figure we aim to increase to between 5 to 7% over the next decade. No pressure, Prof. Shirley. Captain, where's Captain Jersey? Where is he? Yeah. CMA, CGM, no pressure. Business people who must export, because that's my push. Others, I'm sure, will talk about imports. That's not my job. My job is to say the port must be there to export a lot more. So you see what the need is. We need to make sure we raise that. When we expand our logistics infrastructure, build a stronger foundation for special economic zones, and adopt smart, sustainable practices, we anticipate creating over 30,000 direct jobs with an additional 75,000 indirect jobs across related industries. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, as we have closed sugar, banana has receded, agriculture will have to take a new view with mother farms coming in to help the smaller ones. The logistics business in Jamaica will have to take a very prominent frontal role in changing and building the new Jamaica. That has to be a much wealthier Jamaica. A per capita GDP of less than $7,000 US dollars a year does not excite me. Poverty, the only thing I want to do with poverty is eradicate it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to say how many people are in there. I want to tell you how many people we changed from poverty. So we have a great deal to do, and the Port of Kingston, one of the best in the world, must lead that logistics drive with the special economic zones that Prof. Shirley leads the enterprise team, and my ministry works so hard together to make sure we get that working well. The transformative growth potential makes Jamaica an attractive investment destination. My speechwriter left out the word investment. I'm not interested in the destination alone. My friend Ed Bartlett takes care of tourism, does a great job of it. He is now the doyen of tourist ministers around the world. I've traveled with him from Middle East to Europe. Ed is the boss. So he handles destination. I handle investment destination. So every one of you rich people in here, that's the reason you're in here this morning. Okay, so the transformative growth potential makes Jamaica, as I said, an attractive investment destination for investors looking to capitalize on high-growth industries and strategic access points to major markets such as the USA and, quite frankly, Guyana, when Venezuela comes back. But yes, Texas, Louisiana, New York, all of them. Our competitive nearshore advantage is rooted in our geography. Located at the crossroads to key east-west and north-south trade routes, Jamaica sits at the center of global maritime movement. We have been. You know, I see lots of good moves. I've been to India hundreds of times, more than 100. I like India, love India indeed. So I see them talk about the jewel in the crown, and them have a big jewel over there and wherever they have it. Won't get into that politics. But people forget that it was Jamaica that was the jewel in the British crown. Sugar is what made Britain rich. And after that, India came along, but it was we, jewel in the crown, that made it. And Jamaica, that was good because of our maritime positioning and, yes, the crops that we grew. So this proximity to the Panama Canal enhances our role as a transshipment gateway, cutting shipping times and costs for companies looking to access the American, Latin America, and other markets. Beyond location, Jamaica's logistics infrastructure and SEZ incentives offer unique value to investors. I'm just going to talk to you about the fact that the Special Economic Zone Authority, the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, one of the 20 agencies in my ministry, is set up to make sure that we have a logistic solution for many issues. We have, I think we have 140 companies or so in our logistics business right now, most of them in the knowledge processing outsourcing business. You used to call it BPO. We're changing it because we have to step up the line. There are many countries that might have a labor price advantage. As we get to a tighter labor market, we have to step up the digital chain. So we have, last week I had the pleasure of opening Centerfield's office in Portmore. They have 900 new people going in there. And the next day after that, they opened another similar facility in Montego Bay for another 900 people. IBEX, which a certain newspaper indicated that they may have been closed, and said, no, we're closing the old offices downtown. We're moving to brand new offices that in fact I have opened. IBEX, owned by the Tiwani family, they're moving to that wonderful building and adding 1,300 people in this financial year. So that business is going well. Where we need to go now is to say, look, Guyana and Suriname, Guyana has 11 billion barrels of oil declared. Suriname has 1 billion barrels of oil declared. You go to Georgetown, the Berbice River, the Demerara rivers, the other big ones in Guyana's 215,000 square kilometers of land, dump silt into the port of Georgetown. The draft is 4 to 6 meters. No big ships can go in. Yes, in 5 to 6 years, they'll have a port like Antwerp. Thank you so much for coming. Glad to see you here in Jamaica, and we respect what Antwerp does. But we're going to say like Antwerp or Dubai or Singapore, Guyana will have one like that 7 years because they have the money coming in. They're pumping out 850 barrels of oil now, probably 1,200 barrels of oil in another 12 months, 1,200 barrels of oil. And so, 1.2 million barrels of oil will be pumped out in the next 6 to 18 months. Suriname will begin to pump oil in another 18 months or so. But those countries have to be built. It's going to take all the planning that you have to do, all the engineers and the EPC people, another 5-7 years to get a port like Singapore or Dubai in those areas. So in that period of time, Jamaica is the natural logistics hub for the area. We have a wonderful port, CMA CGM runs it well. Incidentally, people say they want more space. Prof, as you run that thing down there, people say they want more space because clearly our port is doing well. When they make that request, it's a very good sign. So we have that here in Jamaica. We have the special economic zone right beside it, some of the best lands in the country. We're looking for investors to come in as master developers. And yes, the government is probably going to do some de-risking, but we believe we're now poised to become that logistics center in the Caribbean, and we have good reasons to do it because the economies around us are strong and powerful and will be getting better. We've made major investments in our ports, such as the US $400 million investment in the Kingston port by CMA CGM. Thank you very much, Ambassador Olivier and CMA CGM. We appreciate that, and modern upgrades have positioned our facilities to handle the increased demand for high-value goods and expanded distribution needs. So as Prof. Shirley and the enterprise team work to build out that SEZ, if you come in as a master developer, you get the following. You don't have to even know Prof. Shirley, but I suggest that you better know him, because you're not getting anywhere unless Prof works with you to get there. But you really don't have to know the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, or myself. We have published it on the website of the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority. It's on my website in the ministry. This is what you get. Your master developer, the government will give you a 50-year lease, renewable at the lessee's option, your option. The government says that because you're a master developer, all the rental income you make from that special economic zone for which you're the master developer, all the rental income will be tax-free, and it could be for as long as 50 years, depending on the negotiations, what you're going to put in, how many people you're going to train, but it's all there. Now, after 4 or 5 years, you're making a lot of money. You start investing other than the real estate in the special economic zone, real estate and training and so on. That money, that income will be taxed at 50% of our corporate rate. Our corporate tax rate is 25%, so it will be taxed at 12.5%. The logistics operator who will rent from the master developer, they will be taxed at 12.5%. But that 12.5% can be reduced in this fashion. Depending on how many Jamaicans you train, there is an employee tax benefit that you get, and that tax rate could fall from 12.5% to 7.75%. Now, all of you money people in here and your accountants, I tell you about the taxes because I know that's how you're going to look at it. You come and ask me what are the incentives. You don't have to ask me anymore. It's on the website. What you have to do now is come and negotiate with us, and that's just one of 5. So we have incentives here. We have incentives of geography. We have incentives of tax being put in place. It's rules-based. It's not dependent on my subjective liking or disliking of you. Of course, as a minister, I have none of those. I only like you. So as you come to look at Jamaica and you come for this lecture and look around, I am pleased that the Shipping Association, the Port Authority of Jamaica, the EU especially, this morning, good to see you again, and the other stakeholders are willing to, I'm pleased that you're all willing to join Jamaica as we seek to use our modern logistics as a major pillar in our desire to build and secure our political independence with a much more robust and sustained economic independence. That's the part that we want you to work with us on. We will sort out the politics, and I must say, we are one of the longest democracies in the world where transition of power happens with no problems. We don't do chads, we don't do anything. The evening of the vote, which of course you have to show your ID to do and sign, and we also still make sure you put ink. I have to put my finger in the ink when I vote so that we know that you have the right to vote. When you vote in that evening, the decision is made. The next morning, a new Prime Minister is in Jamaica House. There's no interregnum, no long period, no change of mind. That's how we do it. This is a stable democracy. This is a democracy that allows you to bring in clean money, take out clean money, no currency restrictions. We are proud of that. We have a legal system that is strong. You ask my colleague from the opposition, MP Tony Hilton, any politician wants to know how strong he or she is, take on the judiciary. In 2 seconds flat, you will be flattened. Our judiciary is independent and strong, and it still goes up to the Privy Council. We are proud of that. Those are what we offer you, and a group of young people, young Jamaicans who can learn. CMA, CGM will tell you, can they learn more? They have to learn more, because we're not going to be a major manufacturing force in the world. We don't have the land size, we don't have the people size. We have to be a major force because of our brains. So we're going to have to move from 7,000 per capita GDP to 25, 30, 40,000. That's all brains, so they're going to have to be trained more. We're glad you're here to work with us to do that. Thank you for coming. Enjoy your lecture, and make sure you understand the kind of attractive investment destination Jamaica is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, in the audience today, every single one of you was specially invited. We've invited attorneys, we've invited the Climate Division of the University of the West Indies, we've invited the Caribbean Maritime University, UTEC, NCU, and students are in the room. An important question is that if you're going to build a hub, you're going to have all of these talents, all of these skills that are necessary to make it happen. Our faculties of law have to look at questions of maritime law, at questions of arbitration, because destinations that do this business are very important centers for arbitration and maritime law. Welcome students from Caribbean Maritime University, the link to SAJ and to our shipping industry. I thank the Mona School of Business for being here and to focus with us on this topic. And just before we get into the lecture, let me invite our Vice President, Mr. Andre Rochester, to introduce our lecturer. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce the distinguished speaker for this lecture, a true luminary in the world of container shipping, Lars Jensen. As the CEO of Vespucci Maritime, Lars stands at the forefront of strategic decision-making and analysis in an industry that is both dynamic and complex. With 20 years of experience, including a decade as an independent analyst and consultant, he has built a reputation as a thought leader who transforms challenges into opportunities for carriers, shippers, ports, and maritime technology firms. Before founding Vespucci Maritime, Lars co-founded Sea Intelligence, where his insights shaped market intelligence for some of the industry's key players. His deep understanding of the container shipping landscape is further demonstrated in his book, Liner Shipping 2025, where he articulates the impending changes our industry faces and offers strategic guidance on negotiating them successfully. Lars' impressive background also includes significant leadership roles within Maersk Line, where he drove market intelligence. His unique blend of analytic rigor, honed by a PhD in complex mathematical analysis and practical experience in the shipping, oil, and gas sector, positions him as a reliable advisor for various industry stakeholders. He is a co-founder of Liner Game, facilitating over 100 training and team-building sessions in the liner shipping industry across 17 countries on 3 continents. Today, I am privileged to introduce the insights from a mind that not only understands the inner workings of our field, but also inspires forward-thinking solutions. Please join me in welcoming Lars Jensen to the stage.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to wonderful Jamaica. It's my second time here, and I'm definitely going to come back 4 more times than just 2. Now, let's jump straight into it. I'm going to give you an idea. I mean, as you can see here, my view on where the container shipping sector is heading is a view that promises you absolutely no calm. We have had a lot of turmoil in the industry the last 4 years, and I'm telling you already now, it's not going to get any more calm than that. So we're going to be faced with multiple challenges, but in challenges comes opportunities as well. So what I'm going to do here today is to give you my view on what the external forces are, how the world is going to change, at least the world within container shipping. Where are we now? Where are we going to be in 25? What are the main developments that will shape this industry over the next decade? And once we have set that framework, how does that then impact especially Jamaica as a hub? Is that good? Is it bad? What should be done to position Jamaica for success in that, I wouldn't say storm that is coming, but in that storm we are already in. So we're going to start with the world before we drill down to Jamaica. Very, very briefly on the Red Sea. Basically, there are no news. It's been almost a year now with the Red Sea crisis. We are approaching the 1-year mark for major global container lines having to go around Africa, and there are absolutely no indications that this is going to get better anytime soon. The baseline assumption should be that in the absolutely most optimistic case, we might see a normalization in second half of 25. If I was a betting man, I would say it's beyond 2025 before we see a normalization of using the Suez route. So that's one of the baselines. The other thing is more tactical. The US East Coast strike. Many will think that, hang on a second, that was a month ago. That was the beginning of October. This is all done. Well, it's not. Because the agreement that was made to end the strike is a temporary agreement that doesn't include vital components. The next deadline is January 15th. And if anything, there might be another strike in the middle of January. If we sit down here in Jamaica and say, well, why do we care? Well, you should care very, very much. As we could see already when the strike was ongoing, what do shipping lines do when suddenly there is a major issue of shutting down the US East Coast? They will do what they have to do, unload US cargo before it gets to the US, including in ports like Kingston. This is something that's going to repeat itself once we get to January. We need to be ready for that. So the US East Coast strike is not a done deal. This could very well flare up again in just a few months. If I look at the overall market, it is still extremely strong. Here I'm looking from the container liner perspective. As the Red Sea crisis emerged, freight rates skyrocketed. There was a gradual normalization early in spring, and then we got the largest peak season surge that we've seen in a long time, and it happened a lot earlier as well. This is also why we see carrier results. As late as yesterday, we saw both the O&E and Maersk come out with their third quarter results being extremely profitable. Not quite to the degree we saw during the pandemic, but we are getting there. So it's an extreme roller coaster ride. For anyone that says, well, this is just the carriers milking it, well, I'll see it differently. This is supply and demand at work. There is a point here during this year where there was not enough capacity. Again, this was down to the Red Sea crisis. And I'll come across the view a lot and say, okay, when does this end? When does the market become normal again? And my view is, this is normal. We had the pandemic. Sure, we couldn't necessarily predict the pandemic, but on top of that, we have a lot of global and geopolitical crises ongoing. Right now, it's the Red Sea crisis. My view is the Red Sea crisis should be seen in a broader context. This is a symptom of a world, I wouldn't say a world in conflict, but in a world with more conflicts. We are not heading towards a multipolar world. We are already there. These conflicts that we see emerge is a consequence of a multipolar world. From a logistics perspective, that means we have to be extremely flexible. I've come across also the view, especially during the pandemic, oh my God, the supply chains are broken. No, they're not. We are moving more containers than ever before in history. We continue to set new records in how much trade is flowing. So no, global crisis does not destroy the global supply chains. It just makes them more complex to handle. And that requires more resilience. This is again where hub-based operations become even more valuable. So even if I take out just a slight preamble when we measure global demand, in this industry we have this weird obsession of measuring global demand in TEU, the numbers of containers shipped. From my perspective, that's a ridiculous measure, because it matters a lot whether I move one container from, say, Jamaica to Haiti, or if I move it from Jamaica to China. I need a lot more capacity to move it to China. It's a lot longer. We should measure in TEU miles. And if we do that, what we find is even in the absence of a Red Sea crisis, right now we would be moving record high volumes in containers. Now we have the Red Sea on top, so that record is just amplified dramatically. Demand is incredibly strong, even in the absence of the Red Sea crisis. But as I mentioned, we should bank on the Red Sea crisis continuing for quite some time to come. What does that mean for the market outlook? Well, there are many ways of measuring it. I created a measure where if you are at an index level of roughly 100, you have a normally balanced market. And what we can see here is, as we entered into the pandemic period, this is where we had insufficient capacity. Then we got out of all the pandemic disruptions, and the market actually went down fairly rapidly. If you think back just to fourth quarter 2023, not that long ago, just before the Red Sea crisis, the shipping lines were reporting losses in their fourth quarter results last year. Why did they report losses? Because we had overcapacity. Part of the windfall profits the carriers had during the pandemic were used to order more vessels. And then that means we had far too many vessels at the end of last year. And here's the irony of it. During that fourth quarter, again, before the Red Sea crisis, carriers were losing money, and the prevailing sentiment throughout the industry was, why do they always do this? Why do they always shoot themselves in the foot? Because they spent all this money, now they bought far too many ships, now they crashed the market again. Isn't that stupid? That was the prevailing sentiment right up until December 15th last year. December 15th, that's the date where they started to go around Africa. And here's the lucky part. We had the overcapacity. This allowed the shipping lines to actually reroute the supply chains physically around Africa. Now I ask you to do just one hypothetical thought here. What if? What if the carriers had not over-ordered on capacity? What if the container lines had ordered more ships but only to match demand growth? In that case, when the Red Sea crisis happened, it would have been physically impossible for the global supply chains to adapt. And we would have had a very, very different conversation here today. Because if we had not had the ability to go around Africa, we would likely have seen a much larger flare-up in the war. That would just be my guess, but you would have seen military intervention at a completely different level, because otherwise the global supply chains would have indeed cracked. And to me, this serves as an example of the duality that we see both for lines, but this also becomes important from the terminal perspective. Resilience and overcapacity are two sides of the same coin. And when we don't need the resilience, we call it overcapacity. And we say, this is a silly investment. We have capacity we don't need. That's a loss. Why on earth did you build it? And then suddenly when we do need it, then we call it resilience and proper planning. And the reality of this market is, when we don't need the overcapacity, we call it overcapacity. And whoever has the overcapacity bears a financial loss. What then happens when we do need it? Prices go up, and they go up dramatically. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. And this is going to be a continuing pattern in the years and even in the decade ahead as well. There is a clear need for this resilience. There is a need for overcapacity, both on the container carrier side, but also in ports and terminals. But it comes with a caveat. You will be expected to deliver the overcapacity, to have the overcapacity, but nobody is going to want to pay for it unless they actually need it. That is going to be a key challenge. If we hadn't had the Red Sea, this is just to illustrate my point. Again, this is a measure of the rough balance of supply and demand in container shipping. You can see the very deep trough in 2009. That was a consequence of the financial crisis a decade and a half ago. That was about the worst downturn the container shipping sector had ever seen. We had a normal cyclical downturn in 2015. We had the spike in the pandemic. And without the Red Sea crisis, we would be in the middle of another down cycle. It would not be as bad as the financial crisis, but it would be slightly longer lived than the one we see in 2015. I would see this, this is a cyclical industry. Where we will be right now would not be disastrous, but it would be loss-making. It's only the Red Sea crisis that has changed this dynamic significantly. What then happens when the Red Sea crisis is eventually resolved? This is where there's a lot of contingency planning that needs to come in. Make no mistake, when the Red Sea reopens, that is undisputably good news. But it comes with a clear challenge. Think about it this way. The moment it's possible to go through, as a shipping line, say, that is great, I'm going to send my ships the shorter distance through the Suez Canal. But I will already have some ships from Asia to Europe that's already halfway around Africa. They will continue, obviously, around Africa. And this means, in practical terms, the first ships to go through the Suez routing again will overtake the ones around Africa. So in Europe, we're going to be faced with the problem that within a given week, we're suddenly going to see twice the number of vessels arrive in that week than we're used to. Twice the amount of cargo that needs to be offloaded into all our ports. Twice the amount of cargo to be moved inland on truck, rail, and barges. That is not possible. We are going to have the worst congestion problem in Europe that we have ever seen. It's going to take a few months to work through, and there really is no good way of solving it. And again, you could ask and say, fine, if that's a European problem, why would we care over here in Jamaica, for example? Everybody should care, because the moment we get all the European ports completely congested to deal with this obviously impacts all other trades with Europe. So it also includes the Caribbean-Europe trade, the South America to Europe trade, the North America to Europe trade. All trades will instantly be impacted. And then we come back to the situation, what is a shipping line then likely to do? Would they necessarily send a lot of cargo up to Europe when they can see this is going to be congested for a couple of months? Or would they look for opportunities to temporarily store that cargo in major transshipment hubs over here? They are very likely to choose the latter. So you are going to see an extremely turbulent period. This is not a what-if scenario. This is going to happen. The only thing that's unknown is when it's going to happen. The upside is we can plan for it. So everybody involved in the logistics should actually sit down and think through, how is this going to impact me? How am I going to act? How can I avoid this impacting my business? Or is there an opportunity for me here to offer some capacity in the system that's going to be needed for a temporary period? This can be planned for. We don't have to be surprised when it actually happens. So everybody should have a plan ready to go when this happens. As I'm sure most are also aware, we of course get new alliances, we get new networks next year. This is not an unusual event. Every typically 5, 6, 7 years, the alliances reshape and we get new constellations. That's not really new. What I am excited about and what I do find interesting is the difference in how these new alliances go about designing their networks. Because we're going to see a larger variety of networks than we've been used to. At one end of the extreme, we have Gemini, which is Maersk and Hapag-Lloyd. They have gone all out on a network design that by design focuses on calling very few relatively large hubs and feedering from there. At the other extreme, we have MSC that designed a network principally focused on having as many direct point-point connections as possible. And then we have Premier Alliance and Ocean Alliance somewhere in between these two outer positions. This is a breadth of new service concepts that we have not really seen in decades, because most carriers for the last decades have had more or less the same approach to how they design their networks. This is going to be extremely interesting to see how it plays out. And if we look at the network diversity out there, it also shows up in the number of direct port-port combinations each alliance has, but it also changes the competitive dynamics in some of the ports, because there will be ports that's in the situation where only one alliance will offer direct port-port combinations. Everybody else will do it through transshipment. That, of course, will create a competitive environment where one alliance will be able to say, we got the direct one, everybody else is transshipment, so we can compete on more than price. There are also port combinations where all four alliances, sorry, I know MSC is standalone, but for the sake of simplicity, I'll call them a one-company alliance. So there will be port combinations where all four alliances have direct links, which of course is going to mean for an extreme price competition in those specific corridors. But it is a larger breadth than what we are used to. Which concepts will win out? I'm not sure. It's a matter of putting it that simply. I think there's room in the market for all the different concepts, but we'll see how that plays out over the next couple of years. And now that we say the next couple of years, let's spread it out to even the next 10 years, because this is where it really starts to become interesting. So first, let's look at it globally and then see how that ties down from the perspective of Jamaica afterwards. There is already what I call a transshipment hub battle. This is something that's been brewing even from before the pandemic. One of the many things I'm involved in is I'm also involved in a company where we have a model to basically analyze consequences of different ways of setting up your networks. One of the things we use the model for is to ask a very, very simple question. If you have a hub and spoke setup, what is best? What is most economically rational? Is it to have few and very large hubs? Or is it to have a more even distribution of smaller hubs? And we tweaked the models any which way we could, large and small hubs, large and small ships, large and small distances. The answer was always the same. From a pure economically rational perspective, it's always better to have a network with fewer and larger hubs. This is an underlying driver. This has been in effect already. And my view remains that as time progresses, also into the next decade, this means there will be some hubs that will be winning. There will be some hubs that will be losing. I think the first very, very clear example of this is the port of Hong Kong. Hong Kong is no longer a major force of transshipment in the major east-west trades. It almost doesn't feature in the new alliance networks that come up. Hong Kong has already lost this battle. They're the first ones. They are not going to be the last ones. So again, there's a threat and an opportunity at the same time. This is going to continue. On the decarbonization side, it's going to lead to a number of interesting phenomena. First of all, I must admit I'm slightly cynical when it comes to the shipping industry as a whole living up to all the targets that's been put out for decarbonization. Not necessarily for want of interest on the shipping line side, but they're faced with the physical reality. I don't see a pipeline where sufficient amounts of fuel is going to be created in time. It's going to make it physically very, very difficult for the entire industry to live up to this. There might be individual companies that are able to do this, but from an industry perspective, this is a challenge. The other challenge I see on the container shipping side is a very, very limited willingness from the customers to actually pay for this. That's also a major issue. So that's one of the challenges. Another interesting aspect we need to keep in mind here is, if I look again at the entire shipping industry, the most progressive part of the shipping industry is actually the container shipping industry in terms of investing in ships that are capable of using green ships. I see much, much less movement in the tank and bulk sector. Now, let's be clear here. In container shipping, we have about 7,000 vessels. Tankers and bulkers have, 40, 50,000 vessels. So once the tanker and bulker sector starts to gear up and say, we need to do fleet renewal as well, we're going to have a problem having enough shipyard space in the world to actually build these green ships. So my expectation when I look at container shipping lines and the profits they're making right now, I would expect to see a surge in new orders for at least dual fuel green vessels. But those will be orders that range many years into the future because they will want to safeguard that they actually have access to yard capacity. So that's one of the things we're going to see as well. Then we have a consolidation wave ongoing. The major container lines, they spent the last 20 years consolidating into roughly 9-10 global carriers that we know now. That game is almost over. There might be room for a few more mergers up there, but basically for the global container lines, That's it. The interesting part is when you look at the regional carriers, this is only just beginning. It is ramping up the last couple of years. If you look at, for example, intra-Asia, you've had very aggressive moves by players like a DP World or an Abu Dhabi Port Group. You're going to see more of this. I expect the Saudis to come in. I expect a lot of regional consolidation. That's going to impact this region as well. Because when I look across intra-Asia, intra-Europe, intra-Caribbean, we likely have too many regional carriers. That's going to be consolidated into fewer and larger regional players. That's going to change the setup also for how local shipping, the short shipping is going to be done and how feedering is going to be done. And again, that favors a move towards fewer and larger hubs that are then extremely well serviced by these larger regional players. This is going to hit all regions, including this one. Then we have the geopolitical impact. As I mentioned, we are not heading towards a multipolar world. We are there already. And that also means part of what we need to gear up for in the coming decade is an increasingly complex web of tariffs and sanctions. Now, I'm going to simplify it perhaps beyond what is reasonable, but if I look back over the last few decades, something like sanctions, that was typically something the West was doing towards somebody else, at least in broad terms. The West didn't like a country doing something, we imposed sanctions. You can always discuss whether we could then uphold them, but that's how it was. But with an emergence of more and more global powers, they will also start to do their own sanctions, which means we're going to end up with a crisscrossing web of different sanctions. From a logistics standpoint, that means that the ability of, say, a shipping line to operate themselves in every country around the world is going to be impeded. You might find a world where increasingly global companies have to choose which countries do I want to be active in, but that might exclude me from other countries. From a logistics perspective, this is an opportunity because trade will still flow. It will just flow through third-party countries. That is what we always see. That favors, again, countries that have a very robust setup for transshipment operations, for freeport operations, to cross-load and send cargo elsewhere. So sanctions are going to be difficult to deal with, but it's not going to stop trade. It's just going to make it more complex, and this actually creates logistics opportunities. Same thing with tariffs. We see it time and time again. Every time there's a new tariff, it doesn't stop trade. It just sends it somewhere else. Very recent case in point, the tariffs that the U.S. introduced under the last Trump administration in order to reduce Chinese exports into the U.S. If you look at data, absolutely yes, it worked. There's not a lot of Chinese, well there is, but there's less cargo movement now from China into the U.S. But the only thing that accomplished was that this production moved to Southeast Asia and to Mexico, which, by the way, to some degree is still the Chinese goods. They're just going to be called made in Mexico when they get to Mexico. Or it moves to Southeast Asia to new manufacturing units, which, lo and behold, are owned by Chinese. And we're going to see more of this. The more we get these tariffs, the more we're just going to see, I wouldn't necessarily call it tariff evasion. It's just a matter of saying, fine, if I can't move from country A, I'm going to move through country B. This creates, again, logistics opportunities. That's going to be the reality of it. And a few words on digitalization and AI. Let me illustrate this with an anecdote. That was shortly before the pandemic. I was at a conference. The conference literally had the title, AI in Container Ports. Cool. Lots of people there, especially a lot of companies wanting to sell AI solutions to container ports. And the keynote speaker on day one was the CEO of a major container terminal operator. And everybody was very excited. And he starts his keynote speech by saying a very interesting thing. He literally starts out saying, I will not buy AI. That was a strong start. What he then followed it up with was, what I do want is to buy solutions that solves my problems. If those solutions involve the use of AI, that is perfectly fine. The reason I'm mentioning this is AI is just a technology. It's a matter of what are the solution it can bring to bear. And I see a lot of hype in the industry where sometimes this is being sold because it's a technology. What is it can do? The second thing to be very mindful of, digitalization and AI is not going to give anyone a sustained competitive advantage. It won't. because everybody is going to use it. The way to look at digitalization and AI is it's going to give us some phenomenal abilities to optimize and improve our operations, to become much more knowledgeable when we make decisions, but everybody's going to use it. So everybody has to embrace digitalization and AI, because if you don't, you're going to be out of the game because everybody else will use it. But it's table stakes, and even more interesting, the more we digitize and use AI, the more the genuine competitive advantage we can have rests on our people, because it's our people that then interprets the information and says, well, from a commercial perspective, what should we do? How do we gauge this? So the more we can become digital, the more we have to realize our competitive advantage increasingly comes from the quality of our people, the people we have that actually use these tools. So we need the tools, but they're not enough. It's our people and the skills of our people put on top of the tools that creates the competitive advantage. And let's then, as I said, drill a little bit more down into Jamaica. If I look at it from a transshipment hub perspective, I mean, these are the 5 ones that really matter in this region. It's Jamaica here, it's Kingston, then it's Caucedo, it's Freeport, it's Cartagena, and it's Colon in reality. And if we are in a world where, as I mentioned before, we might see a drive towards fewer but larger hubs, this is the game that's on. This is the game where we might see over the next 10 years, 5 become 4. If 5 becomes 4, who can win and who can lose? This is where, if you look at Kingston, you have some clear advantages here that can be played upon. Your geographical location is much better than any of the other 4. Because again, if you centralize it, you get shorter feedering distances and short sea shipment distances to everywhere around the region. You have a very, very clear advantage. And this again breeds resilience, right? As I mentioned, resilience is going to be increasingly important. But what you then need to be mindful of as well, resilience does mean overcapacity. If you have a port that has the right capacity to handle the daily flow of volume, but nothing more than that, as a carrier, I would look at that and say, okay, but then you're not really resilient, because what if there's a sudden disruption somewhere? Or what if trade flows change because now there are new sanctions or new tariffs? The carrier will be looking for terminals with a good portion of overcapacity. And the sad news is they're not going to be willing to pay for it unless they actually need it. That is again going to be the reality of it. But the starting point here is, if there really is a consolidation drive ongoing amongst the hubs, Kingston has an advantage in that one. It's got multiple other advantages here as well, one of them being basically related to weather. Freeport and Caucedo have a higher risk and likelihood of being impacted by hurricanes than you do here. There is also a risk here. The risk is even lower if I go to Cartagena and Colon. But in that game, you are slightly better off than Caucedo and Freeport. And I'm mentioning this because we also need to realize, if we look ahead 10, 20, 30 years, we need to face that there are going to be more hurricanes. And when they do appear, some of them are going to be more forceful than what we've been used to. So again, this boils down to what's the resilience part here. Would I place a network where there is a high likelihood of disruption, or would I rather center it around an area where there's less likelihood of disruption? And of course, this also means that ports needs to be prepared to handle this. And connectivity becomes important. Now, the UNCTAD, the UN body in terms of measuring trade, has this measure of connectivity at a port level for container shipping. It's actually a pretty good measurement. It takes into account what are both the deep sea connectivities, what are the feeder connectivities, what are the vessel sizes. And if we look at the development over time here, right now it's basically a battle between yourself and Cartagena. Caucedo is not really growing that much, and the other ports are also kind of stagnating. And this brings me to one thing that's incredibly important when it comes to terminal development, because I come across it quite often whenever we see new terminal projects, and I understand it. There's a tendency to say, look, we're now expanding the terminal, we can now handle ultra-large container vessels, these are the fantastically big cranes, sure. But it is equally important when you develop terminals to make them incredibly efficient in handling the smaller feeder vessels. without an extremely solid grounding in local and regional feeder services, the port is not attractive to the global services either. It's symbiotic. Both are equally important. And right now, Kingston over the last few years clearly has been on the right track in terms of increasing connectivity. But the more connectivity you have, the more attractive it comes to deep sea services, and you get this virtual cycle. So again, Kingston is at least in an advantageous position to build on this compared to some of the other hubs in this region. Then we have the decarbonization. Remember what I said before, I am very skeptical in terms of the entire industry being able to actually reach some of these decarbonization targets. But what that also means is they're going to be hard pressed to say, fine, what else are you doing? So one of the things the shipping lines will become extremely hard on are the ports. Because they will look at the ports and say, okay, we might not be able to get all the green fuel we need for our vessels, but for the ports, you should decarbonize. And for the ports, it at least is easier because they don't need the green fuel. In a port, essentially, decarbonization equals electrification. Then I know it's a different discussion. How do you create the electricity? Ideally, that should then come from green sources. But a first step towards decarbonization of the ports is clear electrification. This is going to be a hard requirement from many shipping lines going forward. And it's a matter of getting it done, because otherwise it will be a clear competitive disadvantage. Okay, one thing I forgot to mention. Of course, over time, as we begin to also use more green fuels, that's just a different way of saying fuel is going to be more expensive. When fuel gets more expensive, that means it becomes advantageous to have a hub where you don't need much of a deviation. The longer you have to deviate to go to a hub, the more costly it's going to get, and that's going to be amplified. Let me just go 2 steps back. If it works, there we go. And this is where, if we again look at the deviation, you are also in a very good position here in terms of not having a large deviation to actually go in and do transshipments here. Truth be told, Panama and Cartagena and Freeport are also in good locations. I would be more concerned in this case about a port like Caucedo, for example. But overall, think it through. As we decarbonize and fuel becomes more expensive, distance becomes ever more important as a competitive parameter for where a major hub is located. And then we had the consolidation part. And as I mentioned before, this is already unfolding, especially out in Asia, but it's going to come to this region as well. You need to prepare for a situation where you will have fewer regional players here in the Caribbean than you're used to. And again, that favors a centralization around fewer hubs. So these larger regional carriers can also deploy larger short sea ships, larger feeder ships. And back to my point from before, make absolutely sure that terminal investments and terminal upgrades are not just single-mindedly focused on the headline-grabbing stuff around we can now handle a 20,000 TEU ship, but it really is equally important that you can handle the smaller feeder ships. It's absolutely vital. And the geopolitical impact, I already touched upon that one, but again, for this region, that becomes increasingly important, because now we saw the shift towards Mexico, which some is calling nearshoring. I'm not really seeing it as real nearshoring. It's just a matter of saying, fine, we still produce the goods potentially in China, and then we slap a final label on when it gets to Mexico. This is a very fluid environment, because right now it's going via Mexico. If we get a Trump win in the election next week up in the US, we could easily see suddenly a US massive tariff on Mexico. What will US importers then do? Will they say, okay, fine, we're going to pay the import tariffs? Unlikely. What they would rather do is to say, okay, are there other countries nearby here where we could do the same thing? And I'm not necessarily saying that would be Jamaica, but that could be other places around Central America, around the Caribbean, around South America. That just changes the trade flow. And again, that favors a setup where a lot of the trade goes through a few large hubs, because whenever there are new tariffs, it's just a matter of changing the feedering services, but you can still use the same backbone shipping services irrespective of how these trade flows move. So again, having this centralized setup makes the supply chain enormously flexible when suddenly trade flows can change depending on the prevailing winds that happens in tariffs. I don't think I want to pontificate much more on digitalization and AI. I think I said all of it before. You can be absolutely mindful. This is not going to save anyone. You have to do it. But the more we digitize, the more important it is that we actually have very skilled people to then make the right business decisions. That's absolutely critical. So in ending up here, how do we navigate this? First of all, when you're operating a major transshipment hub, stable and reliable operational throughput is absolutely key. If I have two different terminals and they're equal in terms of their average performance, I would always choose the one that is stable and don't vary much. Because if it's a good average performance, but sometimes it's fantastic, sometimes it's horribly poor, that's going to throw my schedules out of whack if I'm a container line. So a stable, reliable throughput. And as I mentioned, have the capacity to provide resilience. It's overcapacity equals resilience. That is a vital component too. The local feeder services, nurture them, make sure that they have a good value proposition for coming into the hub, because that increases connectivity. And ensure sufficient access to free port services, especially larger logistics operations, because sometimes it's not just enough to say we do transshipment well. You might also have to say it's fantastic, but I want to bring in and then I want to cross-load to other containers and send out to my markets. That again creates a lot of tie-in. The electrification is going to be demanded because it's going to be seen as decarbonization. That's two different discussions. Electrification enables decarbonization. Whether you can then actually produce green electricity is kind of a secondary discussion in many places. And then on the data side, ensure that you actually provide easy access to data, both for the carriers and for the shippers. And sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter. Let me bring up something that I've seen time and time again over the last, I would say, at least 10 years when it comes to transparency of data. I've seen a lot of shippers that tell me, okay, we want transparency. Okay, what exactly is it you want? Well, for example, when a container is offloaded in a port, seen from a shipper perspective, it goes into a black hole of information. We know absolutely nothing. When I then try to ask them, okay, what is it you want to know? They kind of draw a blank. Because, well, the container is in the port. Do you want to know it's in stack number 5, 2 rows down? I mean, that's not really going to help you make any kind of decisions. So the thing here is sometimes there will be a requirement for data more from the perspective there's a feeling that they are uninformed, but set it up automatically, say, fine, here's the data. It's easy access if you want to use it or not, but then at least that creates more buy-in from the customers that you actually do have access to the data. And make sure that you can handle worsening weather, because that's just going to be a fact. We are going to have larger storms, bigger waves, more hurricanes. So it's a matter of ensuring that port facilities are actually designed to withstand much worse weather. It's not a matter of saying, oh my God, the ocean is going to increase 10 centimeters. I was about to say nobody cares. That might be a little bit callous. But it's not the average change that's important. It's that the extremes get a lot worse when we get hit by them. That has to be built in. And the final thing I want to end up with here is you also need to give a consideration in terms of if you're a major transshipment hub, how many different terminal operators should you have? If I look across the world, there are many different versions. We have versions like here where you've got one terminal with one large operator. In this case, it's carrier-owned. There are also places where there's one large operator that's not carrier-owned. Then there are places where there are multiple terminals operated by different carriers and non-carriers. The one thing to note here is, and I think we should take a cue from, for example, the new Gemini network. The new Gemini network set up by Maersk and Hapag-Lloyd are deliberately set up to favor going to terminals owned by those two carriers. And as reality will have it, most of them are APMT facilities. So from a carrier perspective, you have to also assume going forward that if they have a choice between a terminal operated and partly owned by themselves or a terminal that is not, they will favor the one that's owned by themselves. So one of the issues to contemplate for larger container hubs is also it might be advantageous to make sure that you have multiple different terminal operators, and some of them ideally owned by different carriers, because that increases the likelihood of buy-in from different terminal operators. That's an important thing to also think. Once you go in and say, fine, we're going to do port expansions, should that necessarily be with the incumbent that's already running the terminal, or should you say we need to have more different terminal operators come in? So in wrapping that up, the way I see it is Kingston is located advantageously. There is a large battle going on that likely means you will see one of these 5 maybe lose out on this game over the next 5 years. Kingston has an advantageous position. That doesn't mean by default that you will necessarily win that competition, but it puts you ahead at the starting game as it is right now. But this is going to be a very volatile and wild ride, and there are many moving parts. And the earlier you invest and try to build up and say, fine, we want to win this, the more likely you actually also are to emerge as one of these winners 10, 15 years down the line. With that, I want to thank you very much, and thank you, Trevor, for inviting me up here. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been schooled. How was that for you? Thank you very much. Thank you, Lars. The question and answers will come later. We have 2 panels that will deal with 2 sides of the conversation you just heard. The first panel will deal with the question of the logistics side of the hub. And the second panel will delve deeply into the decarbonization question. To introduce her panel, I'm going to invite Pat Francis, who's walking away. But just before Pat and her panel comes up, we'll have a small change of the stage. Give us about 4 minutes, and it will start again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know everyone is always anxious. And then hopefully everyone will join us as we move along. On my far left, I have Professor Gordon Shirley, who is the CEO of the Port Authority of Jamaica and also the chairman of Grace Kennedy, one of our large conglomerates here in Jamaica. So we want to welcome Professor Shirley. Jumping to the far right, we have Michelle Belgrave, who is Customs and Trade Compliance Director for the Caribbean of DHL Express. So we're very happy to have you here and to have DHL as part of our panel this morning. Thank you. Then we have Jeffrey Hall, who is Chairman of Kingston Wharves Limited and also Deputy Chairman and CEO of Pan Jamaica Group. Welcome, Jeffrey. And Mikael Helven. He is a consultant for the port policies in the Port of Antwerp in Belgium. And I really do hope that by the time I get to my first question, I'll do a little preamble and try and get people to come back into the room before we start. In 2017, the government of Jamaica received a report called the Nathan Report, which was looking at Jamaica Logistics Hub Initiative. It was a master plan and market analysis. And that gave a vision for Jamaica to look at what the trade and investment opportunities were around logistics. The report said that there was an opportunity for the Logistics Hub Initiative could comprise nearly 3,900 hectares of development across the land, with a total order of magnitude investment cost of over $28 billion, which would represent the creation of about 87,400 direct jobs. The potential of the Logistics Hub Initiative development is undeniably, but of course there are several risks that could impair its potential. So that's the background within which we have this vision for Jamaica. How can we actually translate that potential into action? Now we've just, part of what this was done in 2017, and there were a number of things set out in that report which we should have actually enacted. Things that we've actually done. KTC concession related improvements been done. KWL dredging and rehabilitation, expansion and equipment investment done. German ship repair Jamaica Limited dry dock project done. Conversion of the Caribbean Maritime Institute into a maritime university done. Construction of Kingston Wharves Limited total logistics facility done. JP's coal storage facility done. NMIA privatization done. North-South link to the Highway 2000 project done. Investment in the South Coast Highway, including Harborview and to Port Antonio, on train. So there are a couple of other things that were listed to be done, which are either in train or we're thinking about it, and some not done at all. Those included the construction of the Caymanas Special Economic Zone facility, the PH8 80-hectare port-centric logistics park development with private sector, provision of logistics service training of the Heart Trust NTA training agency, conversion of the railway right-of-way from CZ to KCT to customs-controlled dedicated truckway. Improvement in the North Coast Highway, A1 Ochires to Montego Bay, expansion of air cargo warehousing and cold storage facilities at the Sangster International Airport. So those are things which are in train or partially done. So we've already heard about the things that are in fact impeding some of our future, including the major maritime checkpoints, choke points that are going to cause things to change somewhat. We know, and from UNCTAD's reports, that these kind of choke points and the increase in freight rates that come along with them actually impact the cost of freight to small island developing states more so than they do to other areas. We also know that despite the targets that have been set for the reduction in CO2 gases, that in fact the maritime industry is increasing its CO2 output rather than even having it leveling off. So the challenge is still there. So that brings us today, and the celebration today, where the Shipping Association of Jamaica is celebrating its 85th anniversary. And you know, it has been working alongside the Port Authority for some time to look at the whole transformation of Newport West, which, when you think about its potential and what Newport West looks like today, the terminals are one thing, but the surrounding area is not in the same shape as the port themselves. So one of the things that we have to do is to bring our support services up to world-class levels. And one of the things that we will do in this panel today, and I see that most people are coming in, so we can perhaps begin to talk about what it is we want to talk about on this panel this morning. So we're very happy to welcome the range of thoughts that we have at this panel this morning, because we're going to move first to the Port of Antwerp. And we're going to start out first just a kind of visioning. The first part of this is about visioning. We've heard what the potential is, what the challenges are potentially, but you managed to go to the port yesterday to actually see what it is that we have. So I'd like you to start by providing a kind of global vision of where the world is going and how the Port of Antwerp is actually thinking about its future. And then how does that relate to what we ought to be doing here?
All right. Thank you very much for the introduction. And also thank you very much for having us here in the first place. Yesterday we indeed did the port tour to see the two terminals, which were very impressive, to say the least. And also for us, the reason that we are here today is to strengthen the connection between Port of Kingston and the Port of Antwerp, of course. Concerning the question that how do we act as a port authority with the changing atmosphere we're in each day again, the disruptions that we have, but also the change in growing towards more sustainable transport and so on. We as a port authority, we will never act alone. We just are there as a facilitator. And that's also the role we want to bring here today. We act as a facilitator between all the private companies within our port platform, but also then together with the public authorities, for example. If I may give you an example on the digitalization. We saw that there was a great need from all the different terminals in our platform to digitalize. If they would all set up their own system by themselves, that would be cumbersome and not the most efficient, also interacting with third parties. So we stepped into that game, we facilitate, we create a single window that they can use and where all the others can interact with. For example, now that has grown into a different subsidiary even called Nextport. Also, when we're looking on intermodality, it's something that's very hard to arrange, even within Europe with all the different train lines and all the different roads. We come from a time where each country had its own national railway operator. Now you have a number of private ones, but the common user infrastructure to manage that and to operate that, that's where we step in. That's where we try to facilitate, and that's where we try to form a connection between, again, the public authorities, private investors and the actual users. That, for example, ended up with Railport. Also on a global level is something we do. When we're looking, for example, on short sea connectivity, when we're talking about liner connectivity, it's not something that the Port Authority does on itself. It's together with the different terminals, with different shipping lines, where we interact with on, actually a daily basis. For us also, it's very important to be present around the world. If I may ask a question to the public, how many of you have heard about the Port of Antwerp? It's already a number of them, okay. I hope that keeps growing next time we are here. But it's really important for us to be here present also as a European company. Why do I say it? Of course, everybody is well aware about the Belt and Road Initiative from China, where they do indeed investment in hard infrastructure. We try to interact more on a level as a sustainable partner. So when we're talking about really being resilient towards the future, we see resilience in partnerships all around the world. When we step in for example, an investment, we will not just put the infrastructure there and leave as some others would do. We try to interact, to integrate, and to also create a transfer of knowledge. With that, we often are, for example, assisted by the European Union, especially now within the Global Gateway platform. It's very helpful and also very much engaging for other countries. So when we're talking about port resilience, of course, for the terminals, it means creating extra key capacity and have the space available when it would be needed. For us as a port authority, it also means to create connections with different ports within the world, as we do today.
Okay, thank you. Prof, you have a great responsibility with respect to visioning for the future for Jamaica as to where our ports are going to go. What is it that we need to do to think forward? We've just heard Lars talking about the challenges that we are facing. And what's happening at the Port Authority in terms of your thinking forward, given the constraints that we have currently?
Thank you very much. Allow me first to say the port community and the wider society in Jamaica. This is absolutely outstanding. Madam Chair, you'll forgive me if I veer just a little bit on your observations. We will speak about what is happening with the ports, but I think we also wanted to talk a little bit about logistics today, and I think it's important, particularly after hearing Mr. Jensen, sort of provide an update on where we are with those operations. Please. Because those also, the ports and the logistic facilities, together are what will create the competitive requirements for growth. Madam Chair, the attractiveness of Jamaica as a logistics hub for the region is related to a number of things, some of which have already been articulated. Our geographic location, its close proximity to all the major trade lanes, the large number of mainliners and feeder vessels serving the ports, the growing air traffic and sea traffic into the island, the better than average telecommunications infrastructure, the improving road infrastructure which you mentioned, the implementation of an advanced port community system, and developments in both sea and air cargo, as well as the bunkering of greener fuels that we are now capable of in the island. The importance of the Caymanas Special Economic Zone to Jamaica's plans to emerge as a regional logistic hub is well established, buttressed by several studies, including the one that you mentioned, Pat, and many of these have been done by international experts. Having spent the time and effort to consult with prospective international developers, and having obtained a better understanding of their needs, the government of Jamaica has mandated the Port Authority to catalyze the development of the Special Economic Zone at Caymanas by way of implementing the infrastructural works and to begin the build-out of the facility. What exactly is the CSEZ, and what's the status of these activities? The Caymanas Special Economic Zone is situated, as the name implies, in the Caymanas Economic Development Area. The intended development occupies about 600 acres, bounded on the north by the Mandela Highway, the Rio Cobre River to the west, the Fresh River and the wetlands to the east, and the railway right-of-way to the south of the area. The vision is for the CSEZ to be developed as a prime location for business and logistics in the Caribbean and beyond. An emphasis will be placed on value-added production. Innovation will be promoted. The intention is to create a safe, secure, sustainable, and environmentally friendly development that highlights the natural features of the location. The engineering of the CSEZ is advanced. The planning and investigation stage involving topological surveys and geotechnical investigations have been completed for a while now. Engineering, including subdivision layout, the roads, the water supply, sewage designs, and stormwater layout are all completed. In respect of utilities, the Jamaica Public Service Company has confirmed the ability to supply power and to reroute the high-tension wires which traverse the CSEZ development area. The National Water Commission has confirmed the ability to supply the required potable water and sewage. The National Works Agency has committed to designing the exits from the Mandela Highway to the zone, and the National Environmental Planning Agency is awaiting the transfer of the land to complete the subdivision approval. The implementation program involves, inclusive of procurement, will be carried out in 3 phases. The first involves filling the land and raising it by 2.5 meters, which will provide a great degree of resilience to the environmental and climate shocks. We will be able to withstand any hurricane or major weather condition by virtue of the works that will be done. That work will commence very early in 2025 and is expected to take 18 to 24 months. The second phase, involving the construction of the infrastructure, is slated to take 36 months. And the third phase, involving the construction of mixed-use buildings or commencing the build-out of that will take 30 months. There will be some overlap, so the total implementation time will be 52 months. You also spoke to the broader issues and asked that I speak to what is happening in the terminals. I'm sure Jeffrey is going to speak at length on KWL, and we are delighted to see the investments which continue to be made in upgrading of the terminals. We have very high expectations for what will emerge from KWL. And on the other terminal, an important catalyst for the CSEZ was the fact that the Port Authority entered into a 30-year concession agreement with a subsidiary of CMA CGM KFTL for the management of the Kingston Container Terminal. This has resulted in a substantial amount of investment in infrastructure. And I note I had intended to speak a little on that, Chair, but I noticed that Captain EMJ is to speak in the following panel. So I don't want to steal your thunder, sir. I'll let you speak about the development. Suffice it to say, however, that the terminal has grown in double digits for the past several years and was listed among the top 10 fastest growing terminals in the globe. The terminal is making taking steps to ensure that it has the additional capacity which is required. And we're also speaking to KWL along the same lines, Mr. Jensen, to ensure that we have what you said is important for resilience, the capacity, the additional capacity to do more than that you're doing at this point in time. In the meantime, the PAJ has constructed a modern 200,000 square foot warehouse adjacent to the terminal, which is now fully tenanted, and interestingly, the clients are eager for expansion. The government has mandated the PAJ to collaborate with the Airports Authority and the National Works Agency to develop the lands that are currently occupied by the Tinsapen Airdrome for logistic purposes linked to the two international terminals on the port. Madam Chair, while we are still a considerable way away from the meeting all the requirements that you laid out in 2017, I would say that the work underway in Kingston is significant, and we look forward to it becoming one of the 4 surviving destinations in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Now, Michelle, in the past, we've had a kind of silo thinking of the air side and the seaside, and we haven't really done well in planning together. So while we divested our airports, the significance of freight was not really something that was planned. So we planned for people. We didn't plan for the airports to be part of the whole transshipment interest that could possibly happen. So from your perspective from DHL, which is one of the largest companies in the world, what advice would you give us in Jamaica? Because air, sea, logistics, if we need to be a logistics hub, it has to include air.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. Happy anniversary to the Shipping Association. With regards to how DHL sees, as I will say, in the future, right? Because we are, as I said, the #1 air logistics company in the world, right? How do we see Jamaica? So we see Jamaica is in a very strategic location, right? It's very close to the north and South America trade lanes, and it's placed in a unique position to serve as a key logistics hub and transshipment hub. However, Jamaica current infrastructure with ports, you're focusing on maritime and also the maritime operations and airports, and mainly on passengers. We see that you have limited the potential for multimodal logistics, right? So for DHL, a more balanced multimodal approach in Jamaica, where we have the air, the sea, and logistics intersect effectively, could be a very big transformation for the regional and global logistics. How do we see Jamaica in the future? Right, we see Jamaica. How can you involve us? We see Jamaica collaborating with creating dedicated air cargo facilities to support faster cross-docking and cargo consolidation, especially for time-sensitive shipments. Right. So with Jamaica positioned as an air-sea intermodal hub, right, it could strengthen the links between North, Central, and also South America. So that's how we are seeing it, right? So we also, for the digital transformation, we also want to leverage DHL tools to Jamaica, right? So we have a tool that we call DHL which gives us real-time tracking and customs pre-clearance technology, right? So that is in the works and is working in some countries. So by integrating advanced digital systems in Jamaica ports and customs operation, the speed and efficiency of handling cargo can be elevated. And that is how we're seeing it totally for Jamaica. But as I will say at this point, for DHL Jamaica, definitely when it comes to customs and working with customs is truly very, 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 very business-like, and customs is very, very involved in the aspects of how we move our goods from one point to the next point. And Jamaica customs has been very, very sustainable and, you know, there for us, making sure everything is done correctly.
Okay, thank you. Customs, that's a good tick for you too. So Jeffrey, you and as a private sector player on this panel, you're operating businesses not only in Jamaica but in the US and the UK. How do you see the future, and what do you think will be necessary if we think about this Nathan report, you know, and where that we're looking at the potential? What do you think we will need to do in order to actually achieve some of the goals set out in that program?
I too want to recognize the work of the SAJ over the years, and in particular for convening this diverse group of interests to pursue the objectives outlined in the Nathan report and elsewhere. I don't want to go over all that's been said about the definition of the opportunity. There seems to be a consensus view that, be it location, be it geopolitics, be it consolidation with a head start, Kingston/Jamaica are relevant. The opportunity is ours. You know, I reflected on the comments made earlier by Minister Hill, in which he kind of outlined this history of sugar and agriculture, moving to tourism, moving to services with logistics being central in a future. And I asked myself, you know, if we knew then what we know now, how would things be different? And you know, if you look at, say, a place like New York City in Manhattan, the grid was designed in 1811. So, you know, hundreds of years ago, they said to themselves, let's get this right. And the grid was conceptualized to move goods from the rivers in and to move volume up with the wide avenues going up and down. We all know, I think, in Jamaica that we approached agriculture. That's a long story, which requires a big box of Kleenex to get into it. But if we go to tourism very quickly, we all know that the way that the country was organized didn't optimize the assets that we really need to deploy for tourism. Where the roads are located, where the cities are located, didn't actually optimize. And I would say the same is true for agriculture. We're sitting now on the Nathan report with optimism for logistics. So we're not going to be able to recreate ocean frontage. That's not a problem that anybody here can do something about. But we can do something about how we use the land that's available to us and how we zone it. The Port of Antwerp probably collectively uses more than 10,000 hectares. I don't know the number. But it's a big deal. And the reality is that we're going to have to, as a group of stakeholders here now, sit up and say to ourselves that the way we're using the land that's adjacent to the sea is going to have to be conceptualized, and there's going to have to be very clear zones. And some people who are not using it to the ends that the Nathan report sees for it are going to have to go somewhere else, or at least organize themselves differently. So that's the starting point. We're going to need a big piece of land as far as the port side of things are concerned, that's adjacent to the terminal. There isn't a scenario where Jamaica becomes a logistics hub and the thing that is consuming the land is in Caymanas. Because if you're going to have a whole lot of containers coming in and out of Jamaica, they've got to be up against the terminal. I'm not saying that Caymanas doesn't have value, but you've got to do something with lots of land on the front. And if the ships are getting bigger, Lars, the cranes are getting bigger. If the amount of yard space that's required to justify the capital expenditure for cranes means that the yards are getting bigger. If you're talking about digital transformation of ports, it means that the level of investment in energy systems are getting bigger. So we're going to have to deal with the clearing of the land. When we decide, as a group here gathered, to clear the land, it's not just going to be about the space. It's going to be about other dimensions. It's going to be about security. You referenced geopolitics. So we're going to have to clear the land with a view to protecting the space. And I don't think we're doing that well now, and I think there's an opportunity to do it better. We're going to have to think about geopolitics, about who we are going to have in the terminals and how many terminals we want. We're going to have to think about climate. Thankfully, we're having a session on that. Right now, there's not just the decarbonization issue, but there's the reality of climate change now and the drainage systems that are affecting that space. So that's going to be an important consideration immediately. And then I think you did a great job, there's the energy component. This is going to require serious investment. From where we sit, we think that the SAJ and the other stakeholders, the Global Gateway Initiative, which I think is an important statement and the sense of commitment, we think that we need to be uncomfortably radical. We need to get serious about the area adjacent to the terminal. It is unlikely to be successful if that area continues as it is. It needs to be controlled with a perspective on climate, with a perspective on energy, with a perspective on security, and with a perspective, Lars, that you laid out around the mega trends in the shipping sector. I'll pause.
Okay. Lots of food for thought. And in fact, I paused also to mention that with the help of the European Union, we now have some consultants who are on board and will start work shortly. They need to come and talk to you about the drainage, who are going to be tackling the drainage. And so that you know that this is real, will our consultants please stand? Where are you? Okay. So they're here from Uruguay, and they have been building drainage and roads all over South America. And they have been retained by the European Union to work with us all to find a solution. But in the preliminary discussions that have come up, the question of how much land are we talking about, where the port, adjacent to the port, what are we talking about? And in conversation so far, the National Works Agency vision comes all the way down from Seprod all the way up to Spanish Town Road in terms of potential that is industrialized area already. So how do we think about that for the future? Do we consider all of this area going all the way up? But in terms of the drainage, we have to be thinking way back in Kingston, because that's where the source of the water is coming from. But the solution must look at the source. It must look at where the delivery of the water will go to. So there are very complicated conversations that need to start. and those conversations need to be inclusive so that we take into consideration all options, and we think of, yes.
Just say one quick thing, Pat, which is I do believe that the conversations have started, and Gordon can say as much as he thinks we need to know, but I think the conversations have started. I think the Prime Minister has spoken to the importance of this. I don't think there's necessarily a misalignment. I'm actually endorsing what has been said, and I think we as a community need to catalyze it to move faster.
And I think we now have a consultant to help us to solve the problem. So I think this is the time for engagement with everyone to come to the table, and who has a point of view should speak up at this point, because this is the time when we can influence what the outcome is. But I'd like to go back to some of the issues, some of the things that you spoke about in Antwerp in terms of your work alongside all the players, how you make things, you solve problems through your partnerships. Maybe you could amplify a little bit more how that works, so that we can perhaps think about how we ourselves could work a little more smarter than we currently are.
All right, certainly will. But if I may start with going back to you, Jeffrey, on the space of the port. Indeed, that's the most crucial part you have. There is nothing more valuable in your country than the land right next to your waterside. And we faced the same problem in Antwerp as well, where we really had to work together with different municipalities, because people had to be relocated in the past for the construction of a new dock. And especially containerization also brought the need for extra space. It is really space intensive. And indeed, looking more, for example, towards the space in the direction of the airport, but also in the other directions, I think it's really vital here to create that extra space, to have maybe an overcapacity now, but in the future it will be used without any doubt. And also, for example, if we're looking towards energy, where we know that here in Jamaica there is quite a high price for energy, if space close to the port can be used, for example, for energy production or the trading of different energies in the future, that would also be very beneficial for the Port of Kingston, of course. When we're talking about the different partnerships that we use and how we try to find a place in the world, that's indeed with establishing a network, of course, with different memberships, but also being present at different fairs and locations. And I think it's also very relevant for Jamaica to be present within Europe, to be present at European conventions or European events, because the more they see you, the more they know you, the more you are in the heart as well. And that's something we have established since decades, actually, where we try to create this different partnership. And some of those really are integrated partnerships. For example, we have a port in Brazil, Açu, in Cotonou in Benin, and also in Duqm in Oman, where we work completely integrated with that port. That means that we are, for example, involved in the management, or that we do an investment, or that we offer consultancy on a long-term basis. First, that's really the idea of globalization as a port. We are talking about growing in size. Within the limits we have, that's limited, but growing the network, that's still a possibility. And I think also for the Jamaicans, already a large amount of work has been done, and you're definitely on a great path. But indeed, the more you're present in Europe, the more it will help as well. Also, for example, when we're talking about emerging energies and things that might be new also for us, it would be very relevant to be as present as possible. And if I may conclude with another point also concerning the logistical side, yes, there we try to establish the different links, and I think they do it here as well. So very, very happy to see that.
Thank you. So in terms of DHL's, vision for the future, you mentioned that Jamaica's location potentially would be attractive for South America, link between North and South America. Can you speak a little bit more about what that would mean? What would that mean practically?
Yes, so that would mean that Jamaica would be the main port for these goods to pass through, right? What we're saying is that we can see that Jamaica has the potential at this point throughout the entire Caribbean. Jamaica itself has the potential to handle this amount of volume passing through.
Right. So then what would we need in order to do that? Would we need more warehouse space? Would we need, what are the things that would actually make that happen?
Okay, so our recommendation would be for Jamaica to attract more logistics investments.
Okay.
Right? For companies like DHL, we are very interested in the setting up of distribution facilities, customs pre-clearance zones. Those are the things that we see that would create efficiencies and attract high value logistics traffic, right? So also what we want to put out there, because DHL is all for people as well, we want to be able to have programs to train individuals in logistics as well, right? Also with customs procedures, advanced warehousing, all these things we are asking that can be done to help Jamaica move.
So if I understand you, you're saying that DHL operates, your kind of logistics operates with an ecosystem of support services that are not just DHL, but are support services that support your operations.
Correct.
And we need to work on attracting some of those kinds of people to the table so that it becomes attractive for DHL
Correct.
to play here.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, good, got you. So, Prof, Port Authority is not, and the Logistics Hub initiative is not just about Kingston. Yes, we spoke about the SEZ. It is also about the whole of Jamaica. And you have also been working in the tourism sector with respect to the cruise shipping. And, one of the things that we used to do in the past was home porting, which was very attractive for us as a logistics hub. Is this something that you are also considering again that we can push? And maybe some of the other things you're thinking about for the rest of the island that would be, we tend to think that Jamaica is Kingston, but we'd like to make sure that we're not talking about it in that manner.
So thanks, Pat. I'll address two quick things and maybe just comment a little bit on some other things that have been said already. What are we doing in the rest of the island and home porting? Let me begin by saying, Jeffrey, the observation that you made about if we knew then what we know now, what would we have done? The supply is not just to the port area that you referenced. Every single port in Jamaica is built around a port town. Everyone has inadequate infrastructure. Every one of those is on very valuable real estate. And so interestingly, and I know that the private sector will be up in arms around this, but the Port Authority has been asked to think about how those port towns can be reorganized to achieve all the objectives, including the sustainability development aspirations that we have as a country. And so the new Port Antonio Master Plan, the work that we're doing on a new township in Falmouth, the Freeport area in Montego Bay, it was never really designed to be what has emerged, but it is critical for the growth of the West. And Ocho Rios now is also on the table. So those are critical areas that we are working on. Some may say we are being drawn from our center, but it's essential for the growth of the country. Home porting is a very important piece of what we do, and we are seeking to expand home porting in Montego Bay. We also believe that there are opportunities in Kingston. But Pat, I think what is important is thinking about the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem, and strengthening that, and doing so through partnerships. And so this is why we salute the boatyard and the establishment of that. We have a joint venture arrangement with Ocean for the provision of tug services. We are pleased, of course, with the growth of the terminal, which has come through a public-private partnership. The investments in the port community system. I think within the region, we didn't mention that, but that's an important asset that we have linked to customs at the Asakuda system, which gives us a leg up. And we view that, Pat, although the Port Authority may have been central to the investment made, we view that absolutely as a public-private partnership. Jeffrey, when I look at the various industries in the country, sometimes we're a little bit hard on ourselves, but I think the port community is one of the most integrated and better organized of those. Yes, we still have a very long way to go, and the land issues which you have raised are important. And as you mentioned to Pat, you understand that we are going to protect every inch of the area that's available. Now, what goes beyond Ashenheim Road, Pat, I would have to tell you, it's a little bit beyond the planning horizon that we can look at this moment. But everything from there coming back to the port, and we mean with a wide sort, and to achieve all the objectives that you have spoken about, not just the drainage, but the resilience, the ability to manage that in a way with foresight, which is where I think Jeffrey was going, is something that I think we ought to do. And I believe now that we begin to believe it, if we are to be that fourth entity, I think it's very important that we collaborate even more than we have done in the past as public agencies and as the private sector. The great thing about it is that over those 85 years, for many of them, the relationship, certainly since the Port Authority came into being in 72, has been one of very close collaboration between the Shipping Association and the Port Authority to make a lot of this happen. And I think it's time to reinforce and strengthen that for the next 85 years.
I agree with you, Prof. And, our mayor was here earlier on, and I know the Port Authority has been in those conversations with the mayor and the Shipping Association of Jamaica. And I think with the hiring of these consultants now, this is just like the beginning of the conversation that needs to be had. So, Jeffrey, earlier on, yesterday you talked about ecosystems, and now if we're talking about multimodal, you've heard what has been said by DHL in terms of an ecosystem that needs to be built out around them. Now, as a private sector player, how do you take what's been said there as a opportunity, and what do you think you'll leave here and think about differently?
Yeah, I definitely want to speak to that. But before I do that, I just want to assure Grantley and Charmaine and Charlie and Rodrigo that when Gordon said he wants to control everything south of Ashenham Road, he meant regulate. He didn't mean he's going to take away your freehold land or anything like that. Just because I'm on Gordon's side.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to clarify. But on the specific question of the ecosystem, that's something that is very relevant to our group. We look at it in a number of respects. So we view the Caribbean as trade dependent, even independent of the points that were made by Lars and others about the location for transshipment. For us to survive, things have to come and go from this region. Mm-hmm. So our enterprise looks vertically at it. So we want exposure to freight consolidation and freight forwarding, and we do that, and we're investing in that space. And I agree that we need to attract others into it. We, as a group, are investing in shipping lines and moving cargo into the region. So we operate vessels that call many of the English-speaking Caribbean countries and transship into Guyana and Trinidad, but call directly at St. Kitts, St. Vincent, Grenada, Barbados, etc. And then obviously there's the port business. So we want to participate vertically. We also believe strongly as a group in partnerships, in bringing to the table, and I think you had mentioned, Lars, and I keep referring to you, but it was a very useful discussion, bringing to the table in the port business movers of cargo as investors. So in the case of Kingston Wharves, I'm going to give it to you, Koran, shout out. We have an investor in Seaboard Marine, and we believe in that kind of partnership. And similarly, in our shipping line, we have an investor that is an owner of reefer vessels. And so our goal as a group is, in each of these spaces, to attract global interests that can partner with us to do them. So I think we can support your vision there. And then we believe as a group that in the diversity of cargo types in the business, so that we are not just focused around containerized cargo, which has a very significant place. But I thought the point that was made about the number of vessels that are bulk vessels, or, we're quite significant in the automotive trade and in break bulk cargo, so all of these things have a role in this logistics hub. And I thought your reference, Pat, to cruise is another dimension. So I think there is, from our standpoint, an importance in us seeing the diversity of opportunity, both at the value chain and Jamaica participating at each stage of the value chain, but choosing ideal global partners to join with us in the process. So that's how we're thinking about it as a private enterprise.
I think, perhaps there may be some questions that the audience might have for our panel. And I thought before we went to the next round that it might be good to go to the audience. Do we have some assistance that we can have, Trevor, in... But before I do that, and I see Mr. Hilton putting his hand up already, I wanted to recognize the permanent secretary from Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, who joined us, and I don't think you were noted earlier on, Sancia Bennett-Templer, and I noticed that opposition spokesman on finance is also in, Julian Robinson is also in the audience. So with that, are there any questions that anyone in the audience might have for the panel members before we go any further? Over there, Catherine Kennedy, and then come to you, Minister. Sorry, no longer Minister. Still think of you that way.
Good morning, Catherine Kennedy from the Grace Kennedy Group and CEO of Hilo Food Stores. So, in the past, we've discussed as a country air freight and the potential of Vernon Field. I haven't heard much about that recently. What is the plan for Vernon Field as a potential area for bulk air freight?
Okay.
I'm not sure who on the panel. Maybe Prof, that might be you, or someone else.
I don't know, maybe Prof?
Thanks, Pat, for throwing me in the deep end on that one. But Vernon Field remains a relevant opportunity, Catherine. I would say, and I know that the minister, were he here, would speak at some length about the continued interest and work that is happening in that area. What I wouldn't want to do, Catherine, is in a forum like this say something, given that I'm not integrally involved in what is happening there. I would simply say that the opportunity is being preserved by marshalling the land areas that are surrounding that and to preserve that. But the truth is we do have two international airports that are growing quite substantially. I agree that the cargo component of it has not been as developed as is possible. But the idea, Catherine, is not to cannibalize things that are already in train, I think. So it would have to be focused on specific areas. I hope that helps a little bit with it.
Up front here, Mr. Hilton, do we have a microphone?
Good morning. Let me thank the Shipping Association and the European Union for organizing what has been and what I think is a very critical forum for a conversation that really is long overdue, long past overdue. I'm very pleased that the Nathan report was done years ago, and really it has been impatient that we have this kind of discussion, which should have started years ago. But the opportunity still is there, as Lars has outlined to us. What I want to say is to emphasize the critical need for the ecosystem, the planning that was mentioned, and the multidimensional aspects of what we are faced with. If we're talking about, we started with a focus on logistics, but we have to be very clear that logistics is just the base for a supply chain and ultimately trade. Ultimately what we're talking about is trade. Connectivity is one dimension of it. But let me say, I have not heard, and I'm grateful that someone had thought through, very good panel put together, and DHL is present as a air carrier, because the air aspects of it is very critical. We have focused a lot on the maritime, and the maritime is critical because it moves 80% of global trade, but the air aspects of it is critical to building out the ecosystem. One element I've not heard in the discussion on that I think is critical is trade and trade agreement and a dynamism and a dynamic trade focus, and the necessity, therefore, to put in place a different approach to trade agreements and a network of trade agreements. That, I believe, is critical, and I believe that should not be overlooked. In fact, it is a forward element of what we must do in building out an ecosystem.
Thank you very much for that. And I think perhaps we haven't spoken about it, but I think there is work being done. That work, yesterday we were talking about some of the things that the country needs to do in terms of putting the right kind of certification processes in place so that we can, in fact, meet the standards that are necessary for getting into different markets, and having arrangements which not only allows us to be certified here, but that mutual recognition of our certification being accepted in different markets being important for us to be able to say that we are a trading nation, and therefore we have the facilities here which can accommodate any kind of trade. And so that kind of infrastructure is as important as the warehousing, because if we don't have those kinds of facilities in place and those systems in place, then it's a non-starter. But and I'll take maybe one more question. Any more questions? Yes.
Yes. Good morning. Professor Shirley mentioned Port Antonio as a great plan in regards to port. Now, logistically, I would want to know how the infrastructure fits into that, as well as anyone who knows Port Antonio will also understand that the space isn't there for that. The land space isn't there. how does he see that as beneficial to the persons in the community, as well as how does infrastructure plan into it?
So that takes us a little way away from our focus today, but let me try. I think Port Antonio is one of those locations that all Jamaicans have a strong sense that it is a uniquely beautiful area. And if you ever come into Port Antonio from the sea and look at the Blue Mountains in the background, I think anything that is done to damage what is there or to change dramatically what is there would not be looked at favorably. However, the infrastructure, there's the sewage, the water, the groundwater, all the utilities have to be rethought. So the question is how you do that and maintain the character of the place. And I think we have had internationally awarded architects, Gordon Gill and Adrian Stewart, develop a very special plan which looks at all of the environmental requirements, the energy requirements, and come up with something that's quite, I think, remarkable. It's something that would require enormous partnerships between the government and the private sector in an area. But you asked about the people. This is a town of about 20,000 persons, and I think they too deserve a lot of attention in the design of that, even as you try to take advantage of the economic opportunities. What I would say is that you're likely to have more public fora around that area and around the plan that has been developed there. As I try to point out, it's not unique to Port Antonio, however. Ocho Rios is a lovely place too, but Ocho Rios is a congested town. On a cruise ship day, it's difficult to move around. We're going to have to resolve that. All of them require that kind of attention. And so it's a partnership, and it's not a partnership in that SAJ necessarily has been particularly interested in the past, but it's something that has to be addressed, and we'll make sure that more information about those plans are available in the public domain.
Thank you. One last question.
Okay, good morning. Thanks for everything. Lars gave a beautiful summary in his last slide where he kind of gave some key points on really preparing Jamaica for a future-ready position in the region, right? Understanding that there are changes to where hubs are. Resilience is equal to overcapacity, and I know everybody is working on creating capacity and eventually overcapacity, right? So that's one thing. But there was one point, and I don't want it to be overlooked, that spoke about access to data and statistics. And I know as an association, a shipping association, is something that we've been aggressively pursuing. Now, the data exists. I know Statin probably has some of it, and I know the data exists, but it's not being shared. Whether it is a Port Authority initiative or a customs initiative, it's still not quite clear, but I do believe that decisions are made, key decisions are made from the stakeholders, carriers, Lars mentioned shippers. Access to that information will enable carriers to make key decisions. If we want carriers to be here, we need to be able to have access to that data for them to make those key decisions.
Thank you. Prof, you're in the hot seat again.
Sure. The access to information is a critically important component, and we agree on that. I think equally, as you know, data privacy is a big challenge as well, and it's an increasingly important area for the country. And so what is important, what is most critical, I think, is to define the specific types of information that are required so that those who collect it can parcel it in ways that would be useful for you without trampling on the privacy that is required by the entities whose data that really belongs to. So that's something that I think can be. I know that there are discussions already taking place between the port community system and SAJ on that. I believe there's dialogue with the JCA. I think that more can be done to facilitate that, and I think what is necessary is more dialogue and the issue of structure and what it is exactly we need. It would be difficult to share information that betrays the privacy that is required of the individuals whose cargo and so on that we're talking about. So once we understand that, once we look at global benchmarks, once we are able to show that this is absolutely required and necessary, I think more can be done in that area.
Thank you. Jeffrey, you wanted to say something on that?
It wasn't so much on that as much as, I thought that the comments that were identifying some of the gaps in the presentation, be it the importance of trade rules, data. There's one other gap that I just wanted to highlight that we haven't all discussed, which is extremely important, which, you touched on it briefly, Lars, in reference to the U.S. labor, the strikes in the U.S. and the labor demands. I think the other element that we're going to have to think about very seriously is workforce development if we're going to be successful as a logistics hub. I think it's outstanding, Trevor and Coran, that you invited the next generation of leaders in industry to participate. But that's a hugely important component, making sure that we have the skill sets, technical skill sets, data management skill sets, operating skill sets to drive this industry. There is a shortage now. So you're in the right place at the right time.
I saw in my notes here a little bit about data. Data gathered prior to COVID global pandemic shows that the cost to export from Jamaica is 39% higher than that of Latin America and the Caribbean average, and approximately 6 times the OECD average. The cost to import, similarly, is 28% higher than the LAC average and 9 times the OECD average. With the recent reform of Assecuda World, the time to export is 6% lower than LAC average, but still about 5 times that of OECD average. Import times is 28% higher than the LAC average and 9 times the OECD average. So, those are all, those delays, those times add cost are all related to the fees, charges, and penalties that we have. And so the reform, the trade facilitation reform activities are critical, because if we are talking about attracting more people, we do have to make sure that at the end of the day, we also have the trade facilitation facilities that go. So, I was also looking at the whole information explosion, which in many places they talk about the optimization of information, which I think is where we are at now with Assecuda. But then there is the action orientation, which you take that information and you do something with it, and it has an impact, and we're not there yet. And then finally, transformation, which we are not anywhere near transformation, and we have to keep these things in mind when we're looking forward. So being in organizations that are using information that are in the transformation side of things, can you give us some advice on critical things that we need to be thinking about?
When we're talking about data again, for example, within our port platform, there we saw that the initiative was for us to take as a port authority to exchange the information and the data with the different terminals, and vice versa, they with us. So on that, we also have a platform of automated data sharing, which is very important for us to know what's going on the terminals, and also for the terminals to see different trends that are emerging. And they can see it also from each other, so there is no real issue that we currently have on the data sharing. I would say it's rather important to have someone take an initiative in it. In our case, it was the Port Authority. I can imagine that, for example, here it might be the Shipping Association, but someone needs to take the initiative and be the facilitator in that. When we're talking about the training aspects again, yes, that's absolutely the most important. If you have the most brilliant terminals in the world, but no one to handle them, yes, there you really have an issue. So when we're talking about training, that's also, for example, a case that we did, because if all the terminals had to do it from themselves, it would not be effective. It would not be cost effective. It would not be labor effective. There we said, we as a Port Authority, we organize it together with all the terminals together. We use their input, we use our input, and training is organized for both blue collar and white collar on a same level, which has the advantage that everybody is trained on the same level. We know the standards of operations we have, and also it's easy to acknowledge it internationally.
Who funds that?
The funding, that's very interesting. The funding is done partly by us as a Port Authority, and the other part is coming from the different terminals. So we work together in that.
The Port Authority funds the training of the workforce?
Partly, so... I don't want to cut sensitive things here. But also the terminals invest in it because they will be using the dock laborers, for example. But it's very important to be competitive also, especially for a transshipment hub. The more moves you can make an hour, the better trained your personnel is, the more moves they can make, the more of a competitive advantage you have compared to others with the same good geostrategic location. So, yeah, I think those are very important remarks.
Well, perhaps before you leave, what you can do is give us a reference to your where you present your data, so we can have a look at it, and perhaps we can look at that and see if this is a best practice. How could we perhaps adapt some of the things that you are currently doing so that we can have better data flow here than we currently have?
More than happy to do so.
Good. So, advice. Now, we have to wind up, so I should have said to you, and I'm going to come back to you because I didn't do that. In just thinking about everything that has been said, this meeting is about a call to action. You know, what are the things that you're going to say to Jamaica? We need to do this in order to attract DHL here as a big player. And so your advice to us, the last final thing that you will say to us, and that our audience will listen to, and that perhaps all of us sitting at the table and this SAJ and partners can take heed to.
Okay, one of the things that we have seen and looking at data with regards to Jamaica, as you know, e-commerce is getting really big, it's growing. And when we look at the infrastructure of Jamaica, we can see that Jamaica would be a very good point of entry for e-commerce distribution.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But the trade rules that...
But the trade rules that Mr. Hilton spoke about will be critical, and also the working of the trade facilitation things will be important. I'm not sure that customs will be happy to take on that volume, but we all have to get ready for the future, and this is one of our dreams coming through. So, Prof, to you, call to action. What coming out of this panel? Public-private partnerships, I think, would be one of the things that I'd want you to mention, because how you see that in the future.
Well, I think, Pat, that first of all, I think I echo the sentiments that the forum is a very timely one. I think public-private partnerships in the port environment are absolutely critical. And as I mentioned earlier, this is something that we believe is central to any growth. And I've pointed to the public-private partnerships, both in the operation of the terminals, but also in building out the port ecosystem is going to be very important. Clearly, public-private partnerships in the management and use of data is going to be very important. The approach that Jeffrey spoke about in relationship to marshalling the critical resource, which is the land and so on, it has to be a public-private partnership. So I think that the way forward is one, and I did mention that the reality is that the history of the evolution of the industry in Jamaica has been one of public-private partnerships. The Kingston Wharves, KTO, KCT, that whole evolution is really one about public-private partnerships. And I think what we need to do is harness the capacity that we have demonstrated to work in that way, both with partners domestically and internationally, to take our objectives forward. I think the key thing that I took away from Lars's presentation was the importance of time in all of this. And I don't think we have another 7 years between the Nathan report and where we are now to achieve almost all of the other objectives that we have. And so we have to move very quickly, both as public and private partners, to get what we have to get done.
Great. Well, I hope you're going to stay for the next panel, because we couldn't put you on 2 panels. But the next panel is going to talk about the greening, and the Port Authority will be a critical part in making that happen, and also I think a critical partner in the lobby effort that we'll have to go to make sure that we're talking about the port and not just terminals, and what that's going to mean for the policy, the policy framework in which energy operates currently. So I'm not going to talk about the next panel. The chairman is there to talk about that. But Jeffrey, we didn't really pick up on some of the geopolitical things that that Lars spoke about. But in your call to action, you had mentioned that we have to think in the future about who is it that we're going to play with, what's going to happen in the future, and so can you give us, coming back from everything that has been said today, within the context of the geopolitical arrangements that are happening now and the volatility that we face, what would you put forward as being something that we should be focused on?
Well, certainly until next week, Tuesday, we should probably just stay neutral geopolitically. But in terms of other things, and I think in general, our bias as a country should be to accommodate people who play by the rules and have a long-term perspective. I think the EU is likely to be in that category, as far as I can tell. But the wider view, I think, for this meeting, I think there's probably a need for us to rally around some process points. Sort of how do we get going? There's whenever you talk about these sort of things, people put forward kind of pie in the sky notions. We're going to be we're going to be Singapore in whatever time frame, and it's very easy to dismiss those as fantasy. And then another group sort of has incremental things. We're going to move the road 2 feet to the left, and that's going to, and that's too incrementalist. So as a group, we're going to have to figure out how we locate ourselves at the right place in between. And then we're going to have to actually do some work on getting a little institution of some kind that can take some responsibility for this, that's inclusive. You referenced, Gordon, public-private partnerships. I think that needs to be framed, documented. You know, some of the insights that were given about Antwerp, I think, are very useful, the partnerships that work there. But that needs to be given some institutional gravitas, if you will. And then I think there needs to end up being some concept of timelines and accountabilities that everybody that has a stake in this is aware of. And I agree with Gordon that the moment for that is now.
Good. So you have the last word as our guest today in terms of a call to action that Jamaica should think about moving forward.
Right, quite a question. No, I think this event today is already a great success and start on that. And again, thank you, Trevor, for having us here. We're more than happy to be here. And also, I've been talking quite a bit about different networks and working together. I think, yeah, we as a Port of Antwerp Bruges would also be more than happy to interact more with our Jamaican friends here. So absolutely, that's a call of action from our side. And on the other side, yeah, I think the topics have already been mentioned today about the productivity, but also in the next panel, probably greenification. No doubt those will be the key topics for the upcoming years. And I think the Shipping Association is taking great actions into that. So looking forward to it.
Good. Well, can I ask you to help us thank our panel? Please do not leave the room again. We're going to have a quick changeover, but you recognize that we do have to give the headsets to the new group that's coming. But please, let's not have an exodus of people again so that we have a long time between. But thank you very much, panel, and look forward to talking in the future to this public-private partnership that we're creating.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good.
and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the commencement of the second panel.
Think so.
Short, quickly, and oh, watch out. Try it. Mine is on.
No, mine.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you to everyone that has joined us for this second panel. It's clearly been a very exciting conversation, insightful conversation, and we've talked about a range of different things. And given where we are sitting today here in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, it feels quite right to talk about climate change, the energy transition, as we look at ports and broader economic development here. My name is Wazim. I lead the Caribbean Initiative at the Atlantic Council, which is based in Washington, D.C. And we are here for a great panel. First, I would like to thank the Shipping Association of Jamaica for the invitation for us to have this important conversation. Of course, the EU as well, for being great partners, not just of Jamaica, but the wider Caribbean. It's amazing to be here. Like I mentioned, we have a great group joining us today. We are joined by Manuela Garcia Zulaga from the Port of Antwerp. We're joined by Mr. Philip Julian from Kenneth J. Green Systems. We're joined by Captain Jendre Mierzewski from the Kingston Freeport Terminal Limited. And then last but not least, we're joined by Mr. Rodrigo Olea from Kingston Wharves Limited. Thank you all for joining us and spending some time with us here today. So, climate change does not need an introduction when it comes to the Caribbean. Hurricane Beryl recently rolled through the Caribbean, not just affecting Jamaica, but other islands as well. And it's this existential threat to every fabric of society, of the economy, people, etc. And, today when we think about how this affects ports and how we want to have a climate-ready port, I think there's three things that we want to get out of this conversation today. First is, we need to take a step back and really understand the problem. What are the challenges that lie ahead? Two, identifying some of those bottlenecks, whether it's on the regulatory side, on the financing side, on stakeholder engagement side. And then finally, it's really easy in this room with the Shipping Association of Jamaica to discuss the importance of climate-ready ports, but I think what will be really important to get out of this for the call to action is to discuss, why does this matter? How does a climate-ready port and a competitive port translate into economic growth for Jamaica, can translate into regional growth for the rest of the Caribbean, et cetera? So that'll be our agenda today, and I'm really excited to have this conversation. As I mentioned, we want to take a step back and kind of understand the problem, and I'd love to kind of go down the line, starting first with you, Manuela. First is, what are some of the changes in global and regional trends that are affecting the climate readiness of ports here in Jamaica, but also in the wider Caribbean? Thinking specifically about the Port of Kingston, and how are some of the how is climate change, some of these new green industrial policies we're seeing being developed around the world, impacting port development and port operations?
Yeah, so indeed we're seeing many new changes in the legislative landscape. I'm thinking globally, the IMO, for example, in 2023 it updated its strategy, and now it has set very ambitious targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030. So what it concretely means for ports and for the Port of Kingston is you will be having this shift of more green vessels, low carbon fuels, but as a port you also need to be able to accommodate, obviously. So to stay competitive and to stay a front runner, you need to be able to really have the facilities for the fueling, for example, of these greener fuels. Regionally, we also see a lot of things happening in the European Union. Just thinking about the EU Green Deal, the EU Fit for 55. Again, we have a very ambitious target of 30% greenhouse gas reductions, no, 55% by 2030. So, yeah, what this concretely means is, for example, there's this emission trade system in the EU ETS, and in 2024, they have incorporated maritime shipping. So it has a huge impact because whenever a ship arrives to a European port, or it leaves a European port, well, 50% of these emissions will fall under this system. And this system really puts a price on carbon. You will have to pay for the carbon you emit. So it will impact shipping lines, but it will also impact maybe shipping routes. So there are many changes happening. So the message I want to bring is it's also not only about compliance, not only about complying with all new regulation, but it's about staying competitive. It's about staying a front runner in this evolution, and it's carbon neutral. Being carbon neutral is not only using green fuels, but it's also about reduction of the usage of fuels. It's about efficiency. It's about being smart with your choices in the future. Using at the end, you will really improve your long-term costs, and then lastly, it also improves your reputation.
Thank you, Manuela. You know, it's really interesting that phrase you use, global legislative landscape, right? And when you talked about competitiveness, that's exactly the space that Caribbean countries, Jamaica specifically, need to operate in. And part of that operating in, it means understanding the space.
Yeah.
So, you know, you kind of giving a rundown of the EU ETS, of some of these green industrial policies. You know, the other day I saw, you know, legislation in the U.S. Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, that are looking at something similar, for example, to the carbon border adjustment mechanism. So it's very clear that there are changes, right? And staying competitive, I think, is extremely important there. Philip, want to go to you on some of your outlook on how were the regional changes, the global changes we're seeing in the climate and the energy space, and how that might be affecting climate readiness supports.
Yeah, for sure. So I think I would start by saying the green industrial policy that is being made reference to is, as Manuela very clearly said, it's this requirement for the world to go green in the fuels that it chooses to use. And before I go any further, from a show of hands, how many people know what green hydrogen is? Okay. All right. So for those of you who don't know, because it's a good context for Jamaica and the Caribbean, so there's a reason why I'm going through this. Because Manuela talked about the what, I'm more in the space of how. So as a backdrop, Kenneth J. Green, we're a Caribbean-grown green energy project development and engineering firm, and we're dedicated, some might say obsessed, towards the realization of making green energy projects happen. In other words, to make them bankable, to make them real. You got to understand them first. Now, why Jamaica has both a risk and a real opportunity with what Manuela described is the reality that what the world is asking for when you talk about green fuels, a lot of it derives from this, water, with electricity being passed through it, which breaks the H2O into hydrogen and oxygen. Both great fuels, or great gases for what the world needs right now. The hydrogen is a fuel carrier, which means it can do the same job as fossil fuel, whether by itself, if you're able to transport it by itself, or whether you bind it to nitrogen to make ammonia and methanol, which are other good examples of what you hear of decarbonizing or greener e-fuels. Now, why that's so important for Jamaica and for the Caribbean is we're living in countries that have the feedstock to create the green fuels. You've got the sun on your face, you've got the wind in your hair, some more than others. to create the electricity, to zap the water, to make the hydrogen and the oxygen happen. So I'm from Trinidad, much like Trinidad 50, 60 years ago suddenly realized, hey, we no longer need to, flare our natural gas. You mean to say I can actually make money from that? So we created a natural gas economy out of something that we were just ignoring for many, many years. The Caribbean now, because of this green industrial policy, is now in that space where you can create for yourself that very same green fuel that you are now being mandated to run on, the ships and the ports and so on. So without getting into any further details, I just want to end by saying we don't live in the space of just theory, we're in action. And one of the areas of action that Kenneth J. Green has been in the Caribbean is in two particular areas. One is in Trinidad, where for the past few years we've been developing one of the world's first shovel-ready low carbon and green hydrogen projects in partnership with HDF Energy from France and with the support from the EU. All that we're talking about today is being put into action in Trinidad with international support from HDF Energy, from Europe, EU support, like very real support, driven by the local influence to make a world-scale, low-carbon green hydrogen plant actually happen. That's one. And the second thing that Jamaica should keep its eye on is others in the region are waking up to the importance of this. So we're also doing work with the government of Dominica for the past couple of years, where they are hell-bent obsessed about getting their green hydrogen economy going. Just yesterday, we kicked off a framing workshop in Dominica. Stakeholder engagement. Just the Minister of Energy was almost as passionate as Minister Hill was earlier today. Just this relentless focus on we are going to make this happen using their geothermal energy to create green hydrogen, green ammonia for a possible green port. Now, is that a threat or is that an opportunity? We can talk to that a little bit later.
Thanks, Philip. And so if Manuela's talked about the global legislative agenda, it's the landscape that has been changing, becoming much more green, what I'm taking from your comment is that within that landscape, there's an opportunity to develop a green economy.
Absolutely.
And that opportunity can help, hopefully, Port of Kingston, other ports around the Caribbean, be competitive in this space. Captain, I want to go to you and kind of get your vantage point on some of these changes at a regional and global level you might be seeing.
Well, changes, we see it, right? Especially this year, we had a few earthquakes, Beryl coming on and all this thing. But I just want to say that Greenport is not only a green port. We are not an island. Even we are on an island. But the point is you cannot treat only the green problems and combine it only in the port. Outside world, in the meaning everything was going around the port. We can have the best facility, but if our roads are flooded, like it happened when the Beryl was, we can operate. We were lucky enough, we were prepared to the hurricane, and we haven't had a single container toppled, right? We were intact, but we lost 2 days. We couldn't work because of the lack of electricity, because the people could not reach the working place, because they were living in a rural area where the roads are blocked, and so we are all affected. So that's what I'm trying to say is, yes, in the port we invest. For example, everybody knows that we are expanding, and we have a so-called Westland project, and it's delayed and it's much more expensive. Why? Because we figured it out that, especially during the last earthquake which we had in Jamaica, we have to build completely different way. We have to be prepared that, and we're pretty sure, I don't know where, but the bigger earthquake will happen. So we as an industry, we need to survive, and we have to be prepared. So it takes also investment, and the trouble is with this that you have to invest upfront quite a lot. So we need the help, we need the community help, we need also government help, and we need to ensure and see that at least during a concession time, it will pay off. Otherwise, my shareholder will say, you know what, get lost, no money, right?
Thank you, Captain. So the resilience support is going to be extremely important given the disaster-prone nature of just the Caribbean being where it is. Rodrigo, would love to kind of get your thoughts as well.
Yes.
On some of these regional and global trends we're seeing affecting ports in the Caribbean.
Well, when I was invited and I was reading the main topic, which is logistic hub, I thought this is a big word, logistic hub. What is being demanded from us? Is the logistic part or is it the hub part? Because it's a different thing. Logistic is a business and hub is an engine. So they require, the market, the development of the country, require that we become a hub and be concentrated on how that hub will be efficient. That, for example, brings to my head, since last year our customers and shipping lines are running under a new KPI, the Carbon Intensity Index, which affects small ships, feeder ships, in the shorter transit time. So they are being today penalized because of the index, which is probably good, bad, I don't know, but at the end will be a cost for that operator, a cost that will be paying the region or the area where this operator is trading. So here it comes the idea that also feeders, as Mr. Jensen mentioned, also feeders need to be attended in a high and efficient way at the ports. Not only big mainliners, but also the feedership. That is one way how a change in the world conditions impacts in our operation in particular.
Thank you, Rodrigo. And that's a really good example to some of the points that Manuel was making, is this carbon intensity indicator, of course, affecting globally, but given the type of economy where Jamaica sits, it disproportionately affects Jamaica, right? And well, probably maybe something good to think about coming out of this conversation is what can be done, role of international partners, private sector, government bodies, of course, to kind of help ensure that, to Manuel's point earlier, that Jamaica remains competitive in this space. So we kind of understand this bigger problem, right? And one thing that we've taken already from it is that there's also an opportunity within this new legislative landscape. But I want to drill down a little bit on some specific challenges, starting first on the regulatory side. What are some of the regulatory challenges that might affect private sector, might affect other investors that want to, work with ports to kind of make them more climate ready, use greener fuels, et cetera?
Well, obviously, investing in technologies such as renewable energy, green fuels, onshore power supply, those are really, really huge investments. So the first problem is finance. If private sectors have to bear the burden of the cost all alone, well, they're not incentivized to do it. And what is really maybe missing in the regulatory landscape is the opportunity to have maybe some subsidies, grants, green bonds, for example, by financial institutions to really foster this culture of minimizing risk, innovation, and really create fair competition.
Excellent. So, support on subsidies, grants, helping to de-risk the sector. I think that's incredibly important. Philip, I think you'd probably have some comments here as well on the regulatory side. How do we remove some of those bottlenecks? What does private sector need to see? And also, maybe, if I can ask a follow-up question, what needs to happen to ensure that private sector has a seat at the table when regulations are changing or policy discussions are happening at a high level, whether it's between governments in the region, whether it's with governments and multilaterals, whatever it may be?
So I think on both fronts, a private sector has a role to advocate, some might say agitate, in the absence or while the regulatory framework catches up. And that's the space we find ourselves in. we would build out the value proposition for a green energy banker project, and you just start advocating to bring awareness for what is required on the regulatory stage as a private sector investor to make things happen. That bottom-up approach will help the top-down approach because respectfully, it has to be business-driven. It's a economically driven investment to drive an environmental imperative that we all face. We have learned that in our own experience. So you identify what's required as best you can from a regulatory perspective, and then what other entities such as the EU and multilateral banks can and are doing, and other key stakeholders, in this case in Jamaica, can do, is enforce that messaging from the top level so that the legislation and the regulatory environment can be more conducive for private sector to take the risk of the investment and also to create there is very attractive debt financing available for green energy projects. It just requires all of that to be set up in a certain way. So my key takeaway would be that advocacy has to start now in order for it to really take root in a manner to accelerate these green energy projects into existence.
And if I could follow up really quickly with you, what are those government agencies that private sector needs to be engaging consistently, and then vice versa? Government agencies engaging, is it, private sector associations? Is it specific companies, international companies? What does that engagement need to look like in order to remove these bottlenecks?
So I'll talk from the Trinidad experience. It's whatever state enterprise is responsible for the energy of the country has to have the direct engagement. And very importantly, I experienced this in a few of the countries in the Caribbean, the public utilities. Yeah. And this is not specific to Jamaica or Trinidad. I've experienced it throughout the Caribbean. The entities that have come into existence to keep our lights on and to keep our fridges going, that's all they know. And they're comfortable in that space. And there's a tremendous requirement to enroll, engage, and educate that utility so that they see that it is truly a win-win for everyone. Because if that's not done, people fear what they do not understand, and there will be resistance, and there will be resistance, and time is ticking. And time is not on our side in the Caribbean when it comes to this particular conversation, both from our own climate impacts and for our own economic imperative to go green.
Thank you, Philip. And it goes to the point Manuela made earlier on innovation. Maybe that's a role for government, is to find ways to introduce competition and innovation in a place like the utility to kind of help move forward some of these issues we're talking about now. Captain, I want to go to you on also on the regulations that may impede progress, perhaps, or maybe are there examples of success on moving regulations in a way that have allowed, in your perspective, things to actually happen?
Well, success. The regulations are started. It's a new thing that everybody is talking about, the new regulation, the green one. And I think that in Jamaica, at least I'm not aware of the one combined regulation which covers entire problem, right? And it's the point is that, my shareholders are CMA, CGM, they are in the upfront of changes, and they didn't wait for regulations. Right? As you know, they decarbonize or trying to make it a completely different fuel for vessels and reducing the CO2 emission. And we, as a KFTA, we also have a exact plan to decarbonize. But the problem is here that we are a little bit in the dark, right? Because I'm not aware of any governmental kind of regulations that they said that should be this way or this way, or we should reach this one. We know that there is a plan to decarbonize for the next 30 years. It's wide known. but we don't have a detail, especially when we talk about the port sector. Now, you know, the carbonizer FTL in a port operation, it's difficult because it has been said that, okay, we go for electricity. But I know, and we most know that Jamaican electricity is dirty. So you may say, what the hell, why we do this? So we did a little slightly differently, right? All new equipment which we are buying now, and we invest a lot, it's, for example, with our Stratocaris is hydro, right? So we have they use less fuel and all the thing, right? So hybrid, that's one way to do that. Electricity, we don't go. And the trouble is with all the new facilities or new machines in Jamaica is a problem because especially nowadays we all know how many problems we have in the logistic. We talk about the logistic. Everybody experiences it, right? If I order spare parts, I'm getting it 2-3 months from now. Or I have to airlift it costs me double. So we have to be very careful, you know, what we have choose. But then, where I see it's a big role of the government and authorities, that to ensure that if we invest in a green, right, that we would have a outset preferential, that not only a treatment, but also, you know, like a custom and everything, that it will go and we will achieve earlier. That's what we should do, that's what we plan for. Because, as I mentioned on the beginning, it's expensive. It requires quite a lot of investment. So definitely some hope from the government by different regulations that it will make financially more attractive. Because what's happened in Europe, you see, all those green revolution, what's practically happened, it was driven by governments. It was driven by governments, by a subsidy, but why all of a sudden, you know, a few years ago, a lot of people were buying a car, electric car, because they were cheaper, right? Now it's different, and they are complaining, but that's a different story.
No, thank you, Captain. So what I'm hearing is that maybe it's not that regulation is a hurdle, is that there's a lack of regulation. And then when regulation is created, when it's created, it needs to be in a very clear ROI as well. Like you said, it needs to be financially attractive. Rodrigo, want to go to you as well on maybe, you know, either, you know, what are some of these regulatory hurdles, or maybe even reacting to the captain's comments on maybe there being a lack of regulation?
No, I think that the problem is the regulation itself, and it's not only a problem of Jamaica, but many other countries. Mm-hmm. If you see how outdated could be our Shipping Act here or in other ports, maybe dated 1960, 1970, 1980. So with a good intention, government wants to update that regulation, but what is the focus? To where? To do what? It's like the big logistic hub projects. We want to be a logistic hub, so you want a regulation that covers or do an umbrella for everything. You can't do that. It will take 5-7 years to get an acceptable document. So the idea would be, okay, let's focus what we want to do, what we want to regulate, or what we want to modernize, and then focus on that specific improvement.
And I have a question. Does that roadmap exist?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, now we know one thing that needs to come out of this panel and this conference specifically. So we talked about some of the regulatory aspects, but there's also, you know, this has already been touched on a little bit, the financial aspect. You know, I think when we think about the financing of some of these projects that would be needed to help the ports be climate ready or use greener fuels, one is, you know, what are the types of financing that need to be available and from which institutions or bodies? But I think an equally important question is, where in the pipeline is that financing most needed?
That's an interesting question. I think just thinking about how it's done in Antwerp, really when you want to set up such a big project, it's really not just one entity. It's about working together, and it's many agencies involved. It's not only, I'm just saying, for building the hydrogen tugboat we have. It's an involvement of many different parties. So I think it's really each actor in the supply chain needs to do their own part. I don't believe the whole responsibility lies on one. A port authority, for example, or the shipping association can work, as my colleague Michiel said before, as a facilitator and to start it up. But I do believe it's a responsibility of everyone to contribute, because we really cannot do it all alone.
And in your experience working with the Port of Antwerp, how have they been able to attract financing when needed? What have been some of maybe those de-risking instruments that were used that can be applied maybe to the Port of Kingston?
Well, I think the Port of Antwerp has been able to rely a lot on EU money, and there are a lot already, like we've talked about in Europe, in Belgium. The existence of green bonds, the existence of grants, of subsidies by the government, by Europe, financial institution giving low interest rates. So again, going to this need for a regulatory landscape that provides those instruments.
Oh, thank you very much. And Philip, I want to go to you, because I know you'll probably have a lot to say on this as well.
Well, I'll try and behave myself, but in a good way. So, look, my honest opinion is, look, this is new territory, right? It requires work to be done to de-risk this multitude of projects to a space where private sector can start taking on more and more of that financial risk as you de-risk the project down, and then ultimately you reach to the point where it's so de-risked that the banks start throwing money at it to get it fully financed. In our opinion, in the Caribbean, having that early work done, like the most risky part, because there's such a multitude of projects waiting to be conceptualized in order for us to have a fighting chance to hit the goals that the Caribbean needs to hit. We just need to get on with it. And the time it traditionally takes because normally who takes that risk are the Caribbean Development Banks, the IDBs of the world, and so on. They have to run through the traditional processes normally take so long that by the time the money finally comes out and there's an entity delivering that project, that study is now outdated. But the reality is we have to move at the speed of business, not at the speed of studies. And that's the type of paradigm shift that we need to secure some type of funding for this hopper of green energy projects just to get started, to get the de-risking going. And I have to compliment what I've seen from the EU in this whole Green Corridor initiative and the Global Gateway. It's one of those few real tangible things that we see in action that's starting to address that front-end loading challenge that I just described. And I'm optimistic that there's more of that to come.
No, thanks, Philip. So, that pre-project phase is what I'm hearing from you is absolutely critical. And then speed. Yes. We don't want to see projects that take, 7, 8, 9, 10 years to reach its end. You want to have this happen relatively soon. I always think about this, we talk a lot about political cycles and how that can disrupt certain things, but I always have to remind myself that private sector works on a quarterly cycle, right, which means that they need to move at a much, much faster rate. So thank you for sharing that. Captain, I want to get your perspective as well on where financing needs to really be coming from, and at what point.
Well, in my case, thanks to the France, thanks to the CMA, CGM, there is a project to build a hydrogen power station, which would not only us benefited, but the entire island. But the money is one thing, and its readiness, as I said, it's a EU grant, France is happening, CMA is willing also to co-invest. But the point is, if you have an exclusive right to deliver power if there is no competition on a power market, so it's a risk, because as you know, hydrogen power is relatively expensive. So it's a risk to invest and to think. Then, for example, if we would have a source to the much greener energy, then it makes sense to electrify all my operation and everything, and it will benefit not only a port but everyone around, because we and the government, and I hope everybody is aware of it, that it's a teamwork. You just can have a few green gardens in a desert, right? Because it won't work. So you have to do everything in one go. So it's a possibility, and it's right use. And I think in Jamaica, I might be wrong, but I don't think they really take all the opportunities to use special grants like EU grants or any other. I don't know if there is any American ones. But I think we should look around, and most probably we'll find the financing, because again, if you look globally, it's a global interest, right? If those rich countries will not do anything to fight the climate change, they will have a suffer as well. So it's not a charity, right? It's just sharing the expense with everyone. That's what I think.
Thank you, Captain. And Phil, I want to go back to you really quickly on, Captain talked about there are grants out there, right? And there is financing out there. In your experience, because you're working across the Caribbean, right, and this would be applicable to Jamaica, is there some sort of, standardized process where you've seen sort of financing in that pre-project phase being feasible? Or is it all very ad hoc? Is every country very different?
Well, I can speak directly to the Trinidad experience. And again, the act of advocating and agitating kind of caused things to crystallize as to what the process was. But as our colleagues at HDF Energy can attest to, there was a process that the EU brought them through that yielded a favorable outcome with funding towards the New Gen project. So there are processes out there. It's still, I would say a work in progress. It has opportunity to get more streamlined. But from an EU perspective, there is a process that, again, our HDF colleagues can attest to that has worked. I also know HDF has had success with the Green Climate Fund. Very arduous process, but they were successful. And then lastly, with Dominica, I know that the government of Dominica has been successful with the Latin American Development Bank of the Caribbean, CAF, to help fund some of the work that we're now doing with them. There are processes, we just have to streamline and accelerate them, because time, again, is not on our side.
No, thank you. I think streamlining resources, I think, is that critical component that you had mentioned even before about, the importance of speed. Rodrigo, I want to go to get your perspective on some of these financing challenges, but also where does the financing need to be directed to be most effective when we're thinking about, climate readiness for the ports?
Thanks. Well, financing is of the essence for any initiative. Let me put you in some perspective. Well, you see the shipping lines. Shipping lines have already goals for decarbonization, 2040, some lines 2050. In ports, global terminal operators like CMA, CGM, they don't have with the peers any agreement on how to measure. They don't have a goal. Well, okay, when we are going to go zero. Chinese ports is 2060, I think. There are majority of them between 2040 and 2050. So by self-initiative, small terminals, regional terminal operators, doing any initiative of being more sustainable, need to come with the finance. Because the risk is that maybe you are trying to do the best to lower your footprint, your carbon footprint, but there is no enough revenue from the other side to pay for your effort. So it's a bit discouraging sometimes. So finance must come with any project at this stage, at least.
Thank you, Rodrigo, and it's a very apt point. And so we've talked about this global landscape and how that's almost been, created demand in these ports to be able to become more climate ready, to be able to use greener fuels. Talked a little bit about regulatory issues or maybe the lack of regulation. Talked about some of these financing challenges, and to Rodrigo's point, that financing needs to come with these projects. But why does this all matter, right? And I want to hear, we'd love to go down the line here from all of you. Why is a climate-ready port of Kingston essential to Jamaica's economy? What is that sort of translation between a climate-ready port, an efficient port, a port using greener fuels, to overall economic growth?
Right. So what I think is, well, to start, a port needs to be climate ready just because there is climate change and we cannot stop it. Natural disasters will come. There will be more hurricanes, etc. Like rightly said in the lecture before, our ports need to be resilient. So obviously that's the main point. We cannot stop what's happening, or we're trying to slow it down. But as a second point, it's again about being competitive. If you are a climate resilient port and you're ready, you really have a big competitive advantage. Maybe today it doesn't seem that important for many of us, but as we are getting closer, further and further down the line, and more, we're really having to deal with more and more natural disasters, it will become a huge advantage of a port who has thought beforehand, who is ready, who can mitigate those climate effects, and at the end is again reducing this unnecessary cost by thinking beforehand. And then lastly, I think when you are preparing a port to be climate ready and you are investing in green technologies, for example, you need the people, and it does create a ripple effect because you will have to employ people, you need people with the technical knowledge or to operate or to do the works. So working on it can create also, can really lead to economic growth in the country.
Thank you very much. And Philip, I want to get your thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, I'm going to channel some of Lars. So there's going to be risk, which I'll call relevance, and then there's opportunity. The risk is, can Jamaica remain relevant to the shipping industry 10, 20 years from now based on all of these global mandates that, if we're not careful, will be imposed upon us as opposed to us navigating? And I'll try and come back to that at the end. But right now, it's kind of like Lars's analogy of tariffs, right? If Jamaica doesn't adapt and these more stringent measures come in that mandate more and more green fuel to be used, and Jamaica's not on the map for that, I mean, what do you think the shippers are going to do? They're going to find someone on the map who can accommodate the requirement for green fuel supply. And that's not just unique to Jamaica, and this is a regional risk. You know, the EU has set up the Green Corridor opportunity to help the Caribbean get ready in this space. But again, I'm not the negative guy, but if we're not, the market, the shipping industry will find a way to do what it needs to get done with or without the Caribbean. The flip side of that is it's an opportunity. In many regards, this green fuel, it's a new industry. And there are innovative ways for the Caribbean to play in that space, not the least of which, and this is the big picture thought, where if you look at the Caribbean as a regional energy integrated entity, you know, without going into the details, we have a remarkable paradigm in the Caribbean where, on one hand, there are many Caribbean islands, Jamaica included, who have the potential to produce far more renewable energy than they could ever hope to use. On the other hand, in the south, you've got Trinidad, who, because of their natural gas shortfall, has an immediate market for the equivalent of like 400,000 tons per year of hydrogen, which is a big deal. That's like 3,000 megawatts or 3 gigawatts, which is like powering Trinidad twice over, to give you an idea of the scale of renewable energy that Trinidad could use to generate the very same green fuel that the whole Caribbean would benefit from. So there's a supply-demand paradigm which business loves, and I dare say that is something that the Caribbean should be looking at to see if there's a way that we can integrate regionally to create a win-win scenario that keeps the Caribbean shipping industry relevant and prosperous.
And so, Manuela talked about this being an opportunity for job creation, employment that can lead to economic growth. You're saying that this can kind of incentivize more regional cohesion, integration, especially on the renewable side. Captain, I want to get your thoughts on, why is a climate-ready port important for just growth and when it comes to Jamaica's economy?
Well, if we will not become a green, we will out of the business, right? That's it. Sooner or later. Because, the green corridor, it is a fact. And you cannot be one obstacle in a green corridor because it's like a water. It will flow all way around. And especially like in our case, KFTL, we are transshipment. The vessels don't have to come here. They will just go somewhere else. Who is better? Better from a green point of view, greater operational, and all other things. There are some lucky places, like, for example, like Cartagena, where they have to come because it's a huge domestic market, and there is no choice. They have to go. So this transshipment may happen or not, but they won't die. We die. Simple like that. So we have to, and it's understanding for all the players, in the meaning I'm talking about my shareholders and the government, everybody around, right? That in order to be competitive, we have to join this trip. That's it. But I just want to say, because we talk very high level, ministries, financial, but it's a green mindset of a population, which we completely forgetting sometimes. We have to go down. Those bloody plastics are around and all the things. There are the smaller things which you have. I believe CMA has a fantastic idea. They subsidize in a preschool and in a elementary school, special books like stories, right, about the green effect, about these things. And we should start from a very small, because education is a great point. Because as long as the entire population will not be green-oriented, we most probably will fail, right?
Thank you. No, that's a really great point. Mindset is really important here, right? So I think that bottom-up approach that we talked about a little bit earlier, that leads directly into that. Rodrigo, you will have the final word on, leaving with us with some great wisdom on the importance of, climate-ready ports and what that means. Why should other people care about this, right? Why does that matter for Jamaica?
Someone told early in the morning that resilience is a word. In my life, I've been in some ports, and my best days were when I had capacity and new equipment. It was excellent, like no other day. Having a port that today can give you this part, as I said in the beginning, the hub, the engine, gives you the capacity to be resilient, to be productive. A port that can get surplus from other sites. It's important for the country because it brings more employment, better skilled people, and permanent job.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our panelists. We've covered quite a bit today. We talked a lot about, we started talking about this global legislative landscape, which is a term that I will probably steal going forward, but not just being a challenge, but also an opportunity, to Philip's point, to develop a green economy, especially here in the Caribbean. Part of that is understanding some of those challenges like the carbon intensity indicator, as well as the importance of building resilience ports, which the captain had mentioned. We talked about everything from regulatory hurdles and sometimes the lack of regulation, the need for a roadmap to define the direction of future regulation and legislation as well, the importance of every actor within the supply chain doing its part, the importance of financing at speed in the pre-project phase and throughout, and every project needing to come with financing, and then finally, understanding the bigger picture, why this matters. It creates better skills, it's a job creator, it helps the region integrate more, and then finally, it's important for the mindset to continue thinking in a very green way as we think about building a climate-ready port. So would once again, a round of applause for our panelists.
If I may, I just would like to say one last word, because Lars was talking about the Caribbean, about the capacity and all this stuff, right? And to have it access a capacity. This happened now. Everybody knows. We all here know that every region is full. 3 years ago when I came, everybody was saying, "Wow, they have a free, everybody is fun." Nobody really cared. We started a Westland project, but it's not going quick enough. If I would have today, this is what I would have in a year from now, we would be a king. And I'm pretty sure that we, KFTL and the Kingston and the Jamaica, will not be this one which will go out from a business because of the lack of capacity. We have foreseen it. But I'm heading to this one that, it's important that every player understand it, that we need to build for a future, or 5 years, 10 years from now. We take a risk, yes, because it will never happen, and we would live with an empty space or whatever. We'll find a way. But the point is that we know, and everybody in the shipping, from a years who is, 20, 30 years, he knows that every few years it's just standard. You close your eyes, never mind the reason. One is a COVID, another one is a war, another, earthquake or whatever it is. But, it's happening, regardless what we do. So be better prepared. Sorry, that's it.
Perfect final words. Thank you again.
Okay, very good. Well done, guys.
And again, a special thank you to the Shipping Association of Jamaica, to the and I will pass it on to the next part of the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're done.
Does anybody have any questions for this panel? Just one? Just give us a couple of seconds, please.
Not so much a question, but a comment. I've enjoyed all the presentations today. This panel discussion gave insight and a lot. I came away with a lot from it. The statement about having a roadmap, I think, is very critical. Just even in terms of identifying what you can target, plan, and achieve in a phase-by-phase basis, I think is very critical. I took away the recommendation that said we need to start from the earliest age in terms of orienting our population to achieve whatever it is we decide, include everything on the roadmap, but identify it in ways that it is achievable. Pick the bite sizes that our economy can support. Yeah, Jay, when you said do it or die, that resonated with me. There is no aspect of what we have talked about that is not critical to our future. Leaving any aspect out jeopardizes us achieving our sustainable goals. There is no aspect we can do without. So this panel discussion, I think, was very informative, as were the one before. And I want to thank the panel for their contributions.
Well, let me tell you one thing. I came 3 years in Jamaica, and I love Jamaica. But we love to talk, not so much to act. And I think we should reverse it.
I think the panel, the discussion was rich and a lot of information, a rich perspective. Let me just say, the last speaker spoke about sustainability. But I think our issue and our challenge is much more urgent because we've identified our goal and we said we want to be a logistic hub. That imposes a different level of challenge. And among them is not only financing. I'm concerned, I have concerns, but I also am looking at the possibilities and the opportunity. I remain optimistic about what we have to do. Coordination is critical, and coordination is both regional and global. And I would want to say that if while we are trying to think through and putting together a roadmap, the fact is Europe and the larger economies are shaping the rule and determining the rules and are imposing those rules. And so it's only fitting that if you're going ahead and you're shaping the rule, and Europe and America and other large economies are claiming that space, that they finance a lot of this upfront. And so the Gateway project is to be commended. I think the challenge is for us here in the Caribbean. And Jamaica, having stated its case, need now to to play a leadership role in pulling this together and coordinating the different stakeholders in driving this forward. And so I commend all the speakers for sharing the information. And Yen, we will step up to the plate.
Very well said. I would like to add that one of the key aspects is the IMO, the International Maritime Organization. They're the ones who ultimately coming with the big stick soon. And the sentiment I keep on getting, I've had the privilege of being to a few COPs over the years, is the Caribbean has a voice, it's just not being heard. Like when the Caribbean speaks, everyone listens. We have some formidable voices in this region. For whatever reason, the feedback is it's not showing up powerfully enough in the IMO space. And we have to fix that because we're on a clock. So I just reinforce it.
But let me just finish this one. I mean, this coordination is happening thanks to SAJ. We talk about it. We are here. So it's not forgotten. It's a first step. It's taken. Thank you, Ra. Good luck.
Thank you.
May I, Madam Chair? Thank you very much for a most stimulating discussion. Everything that drives shipping these days comes out of the IMO. IMO has laid down this strategy for getting rid of emissions, and they have set some targets. And ports better recognize this because I think you mentioned, Madam, that by 2030, they expect about a 30% reduction in emissions. By 2040, around 70%, but desirably 80%. If ships do not have the right fuels, they will bypass the ports. And we must get that into our crania in Jamaica, that if come 2030, we are not at least thinking seriously of providing zero carbon fuels to a certain extent for ships, the lines are going to consider bypassing us. And if by 2035, 2040, we don't have some serious infrastructure in place and some serious investments in the provision of fuel that the ships require, decarbonized fuel, we're going to be in trouble. And lastly, I just want to correct a statement made just now that the Caribbean is a formidable force now at the IMO. At the last MEPC meeting 2 months ago, they came together very seriously and they tackled some very serious issues, including the carbon intensity matter. And they now have a very cohesive, formidable voice at the IMO, at the Marine Environmental Protection Committee.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral, for that clarification. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the Shipping Association's and the European Union's distinguished lecture. I want to thank you all for coming out on a Friday morning, and we tried to keep it short to have this discussion. The Shipping Association is celebrating 85 years of existence. And normally, you know, people would have a function and you would go back to what happened year 1 and year 2, and through the years and the decades. And we're very proud of that. And that record stands very, very firm in Jamaica. But we felt through our general manager, Mr. Riley, that we had to look to the future. And we had to call to action, as the word is being used, the community. And we're very happy that the European Union saw this vision and partnered with us on this. And that, you know, we are going to be making steps with the consultants and having a roadmap of what it is that we can do. The Shipping Association is not just wanting to be called to action. We are ready, and we're going to charge to action. This is very important for our community. This is very important for our country. And the landscape in which we operate, you know, the port, as Jeffrey Hall said, he's not here, the port is this big, but it's the land behind it. It's the infrastructure behind it. And that we, the people in here that live in Newport West, that work in Newport West, we understand the challenges. And so we are working with as many people as possible. We're shouting out to whoever will listen what needs to be done. And we don't have all the answers. So that's why we're partnering with anybody who will work with us so that we can develop a first world green port for Jamaica. On that, I want to thank you. I'm not the last person. I would like to call Mr. Riley, who was instrumental in putting this together.
Thank you very much, President. There are many co-collaborators on this, and I would like to just spend a few moments thanking them. You'll forgive me if I start with my staff at the back of the room. And I'm going to single out Tiffany. She came to us about 6 months ago, and I gave her this as our first project, and she's delivered. And Dion is, I shouldn't do this to Dion by telling you that Dion is perhaps the longest serving employee at the SAJ now. But Dion is proof of the importance of organizations maintaining what is called organizational learning. She knows where to find everything and find it very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude our year of activity and this distinguished lecture, it is my privilege to extend our deepest gratitude to each of you who contributed to making today's event a memorable and inspiring experience. Pat Francis, my main co-conspirator. To our speakers, a very simple but heartfelt thanks. To our president, Cora Ann Robertson Sylvester, thank you for the passion you bring to the industry, to SAJ, and to Jamaica. You love this country. To our managing committee, thanks for the supportive, critical, but supportive environment you create for our teams to innovate. Our staff, again, what can I say? We're especially grateful to Her Excellency, Dr. Eya Ascola, Ambassador for the European Union to Jamaica, for her inspiring greetings and for the partnership that we have struck up with her team. Thank you, Conrad Bury, for the guiding and supportive hand. Thanks to the Minister, Senator the Honorable Albin Hill, who came earlier for his remarks and for helping to set the stage. Mr. Anthony Hilton and Mr. Julian Robinson, both senior members of the Shadow Cabinet, who have continued to show a deep appreciation for the imperative of the logistics hub. To our very distinguished lecturer, Lars Jensen. Did he disappoint? Lars, your normal forward-looking perspective has sown very valuable seeds of thought here in Jamaica. Some of us have heard it before. You have a cheering section in the back headed by a lady called Denise Linfat. When Denise heard you were the lecturer, she went crazy. She's very happy. Look at her. To our moderators, panelists, the Port of Antwerp, Bruges, Kenneth J. Systems, DHL, KFTL, KWL, the Atlantic Council, and other stakeholders who share their expertise, we thank you for the enriching discussions that broaden our understanding of Jamaica's position in the global context. This event would not have been possible without the invaluable support of our main sponsors, again, the EU. The Pan-Jamaica Group. Your support allowed us to explore the essential steps for Jamaica's transformation into what we know we can be, a global logistics hub promoting solutions that not only benefit our industry, but our entire nation. Thanks to our advertisers in our souvenir brochure. Please take a copy with you. There's a lot of information in there, which I hope will help to stimulate. We were going to do a wrap-up session, but we felt we'll send you a report on today because I think it's important that the dialogue continues and that the information is condensed and be kept. Today's distinguished lecture, as I said, is more than a milestone in our anniversary celebrations. It marks the beginning for us of another groundbreaking journey. As the conversations and ideas from today take root, the SAJ is optimistic that the seeds we have planted will soon blossom into actionable strategies that bolster Jamaica's role in global logistics. Let's continue the dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, before I say thank you, let me just again thank the universities, CMU, University of the West Indies, NCU, and UTEC for sending your faculty and students here today. This is the future, and you will help us to create it. Thank you to the press who has been here and who has carried this event before, JIS who is streaming it today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your presence. Farewell. God bless.